Excellent. Good evening. I will now call to order the special city council meeting of December 16th, 2019. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Here.
Councilmember Witkovich.
Here.
Councilmember Downing.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Goff.
Here.
Councilmember Duran-Mullica.
Here.
And Councilmember Esquivel is absent.
All right, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Manager Geyer, are there any responses to citizen inquiries?
None this evening, Mayor.
Oh, great. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Not I.
Nope.
No. Fantastic, okay. So we have a lot of celebration tonight, so I would like council to join us down below for proclamations.
Okay, that's all.
Good evening, everyone. So, as you know, we're wrapping up our birthday year. This has been our 50th anniversary, and it's coming to an end. We have spent the entire year recognizing our residents and celebrating the work that they do to get back to our community. And so tonight we're going out with a bang. We've got quite a few tonight, and we are discussing as a council the possibility of continuing the resident recognition program and making sure that we can do this past the 50th anniversary year. So I'm going to begin with Santiago Gonzalez. Come on up. Hello.
Hello.
I'm going to read all these great things. Okay. So, whereas the city of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas, since he was a kid, Santiago Gonzalez has been a great help to his neighbors, helping maintain their yards, shoveling their snow, and helping out with animals. And whereas Santiago is described by others as being kind, dependable, and always willing to help. And whereas Santiago's willingness to help others exemplifies how good neighbors improve and enhance our community. And whereas the city of Northglenn is proud to have outstanding residents like Santiago in the community. And whereas Santiago has gone above and beyond to make a difference and inspire others. And whereas Santiago has positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals and the community at large. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Santiago Gonzalez for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for his contributions to the City of Northglenn. Dated at Northglenn, Colorado, the 16th day of December, 2019.
I don't know what this is.
Okay.
I know you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you for all your hard work.
No problem. Thank you.
I want to take a group picture at the end, so don't wander too far, okay?
All right, I will.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Jim Lynch, come on down. Okay, whereas the City of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Jim Lynch has been a public servant for the majority of his life, and whereas Jim currently serves as Vice Chair of the Northglenn Urban Renewal Authority and has previously served as a member of the Northglenn Citizens Affairs Board. And whereas, prior to his volunteer service in Northglenn, Jim retired from the Aurora Fire Department as a captain, serving and protecting the community. And whereas, Jim was a strong advocate for Northglenn by motivating the city to pursue $3.6 million in noise mitigation funding for residents affected by noise from aircraft utilizing Denver International Airport. And whereas Jim is known for his persistence when it comes to improving the city and his personable, positive demeanor as a longtime resident. And whereas Jim is also known as Northglenn's local celebrity from his appearance on the competitive reality television series Survivor Guatemala in 2005. I am still looking that up. And whereas Jim has gone above and beyond to make a difference in the community and inspire others to give back. And whereas Jim has positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals and the community at large. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Jim Lynch for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for his contributions to the City of Northglenn. Dated at Northglenn, Colorado, the 16th day of December, 2019.
I can't remember having done all that stuff.
Oh, that's amazing.
Thank
Thank you so much. Oh, and this is Jim.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much for being here.
Totally.
Just started to fit.
You finally grew into it? Love you.
Oh, our next one, Horace Savoy. It says he's a very young 92 years old. Unfortunately, he isn't able to attend, but he relayed a message that he very much appreciates the honor and would be happy to receive his proclamation by mail. So we should still celebrate him. It's going to be
Do you know what ward he lives in? Just four.
Thank
Four?
you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Cole and Danielle St. Peter. Come on down. Tabor, welcome. How are you? Good. Good to see you. All right. Whereas the City of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Cole and Danielle St. Peter and Tabor reside in the neighborhood of Deza Estates and the City of Northglenn, and whereas Deza Estates includes a special group of homes which are completely unique and designed from the ground up. And whereas Cole and Danielle purchased their home, previously owned by the Pattersons, renovated and opened it up for home tours hosted by the Historic Preservation Commission. And whereas the investment to restore and improve their historic home contributes to and preserves the overall character and appeal of the neighborhood. And whereas Cole and Danielle's willingness to share their home, the special stories of the Patterson family, and the history of the home provided a valuable opportunity for others to learn about the City of Northglenn. And whereas Cole and Danielle have inspired others and have positively impacted their neighborhood and the community at large. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Cole and Danielle St. Peter for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for their contributions to the city of Northglenn. Dated at Northglenn, Colorado, the 16th day of December 2019. There you go. And a quick note, I had the opportunity to tour their home, and it's amazing. And so I agree with everything there, because it's beautiful. So. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say thank you, Taylor?
Shake your hand. Oh my goodness, so cute. Congratulations. Love it. So we have 3 more, and I just wanted to share something special about the proclamations. We give them as a council. I have the honor of signing them individually, but it is something that we present as a group, and so sometimes someone other than me likes to read them, and we love that to happen. So it's always open to council, and Mayor Pro Tem Wilford is going to read the next 3.
Thank you, Mayor Leidy. All right, our next proclamation is for Brian Weatherly. So Brian, come and join me, please. All right, whereas the city of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Brian Weatherly is part of a family who believes in being involved in their community, and whereas Brian is a member of the Northglenn Planning Commission, where he volunteers his time and efforts to consider site plan applications and make recommendations to City Council on land use matters, and whereas Brian and his wife Lauren are active members of the Deza Estates neighborhood, opening their home for community events and to provide opportunities for others to learn about the unique group of homes that were constructed in the 1950s. And whereas Brian's willingness to welcome others and to connect with his neighbors exemplifies how good neighbors improve and enhance our community. And whereas Brian's actions demonstrate generosity, kindness, and a spirit of volunteerism. And whereas Brian has inspired others and has made significant contributions to his neighborhood and to the community at large. Therefore, I, Jenny Wilford, on behalf of Mayor Leidy and the city of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Brian Weatherly for being honored by fellow residents, city council, and myself for his contributions to the city of Northglenn, dated at Northglenn, Colorado, the 16th day of December 19th.
I just want to say thank you, and I'm just very happy to be a part of this community.
All right, dear Lauren Weatherly, don't sit down and get too comfy, my friend. All right, whereas the city of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Lauren Weatherly consistently goes above and beyond to build our community, and as well as showcase Northglenn as the mid-mod gem that it is. And whereas Lauren and her husband Brian reside in the Deza Estates neighborhood, and her curiosity about the neighborhood has led to numerous hours of research and coordinating community events to showcase the unique and historic homes. And whereas as a member of the Northglenn Historic Preservation Commission, Lauren also researched the history of St. Stephen's Lutheran Church, which was recently added to the National Register of Historic Places. And whereas Lauren is described as hardworking and dependable and is bringing love and magic into everything that she does. And whereas Lauren's passion for learning, genuine curiosity, and willingness to share her knowledge and give back to the community makes her an invaluable asset to Northglenn. And whereas Lauren has inspired others and has made significant contributions to her neighborhood and to the community at large, now, therefore, I, Jenny Wilford, on behalf of the Mayor, Meredith Leidy, and the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Lauren Weatherly for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for her contributions to the City of Northglenn, dated at Northglenn, Colorado, the 16th day of December 2019.
I would just say thank you so much. It's such an honor to be part of this community, and so I've enjoyed every moment of all of these things.
Next steps council.
All right, and rounding out the resident recognition program this evening is Jack White. Come on down, Jack. I think one of the first times I met Jack, he was dressed up as Santa Claus, so I'm a little disappointed that you didn't come dressed for the occasion, Jack. All right, whereas the City of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Jack White has contributed his time and expertise to the City of Northglenn for numerous years, and whereas Jack is loyal, dependable, and is a wealth of knowledge about the history of Northglenn and the surrounding community, and whereas Jack is a member of the Northglenn Historic Preservation Commission and the Northglenn Historic Preservation Foundation, where he volunteers his time and efforts to protect and preserve the city's history, and whereas Jack is a structural engineer and has shared his professional knowledge to preserve the city's historic character and architectural heritage, and whereas Jack also volunteers his time to fill in as the best Santa Claus at the old-fashioned Christmas event at Stonehawker every year, and whereas Jack has gone above and beyond to make a difference in the city and has inspired others and has made significant contributions to the community at large. Now, therefore, I, Jenny Wilford, on behalf of the Mayor, Meredith Leidy, and the City of Northglenn, hereby congratulate Jack White for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for his contributions to the City of Northglenn, dated at Northglenn, Colorado, the 16th day of December 2019.
I just want to say thank you very much. This means a lot to me, and I just love this community.
Oh, my goodness.
So if we can have all the recipients come up, I'd like the group picture real quick. Yes, don't go. Council, if I can have you guys all on the top step, and a little closer together, that'd be great.
All the way top?
I think so, because some of these guys are kind of tall. Joyce will never be seen. Yeah. Make sure Joyce takes 3 2 people.
Just maybe let her move.
The door's closed.
That's council.
We got everybody? Oops, not quite. All right, perfect. I think I could see everybody. Julie, take one little piece. There you go. Good. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And keep going. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Look at me. Yay! Look, they got awards. All right, you're good. Thank you.
All I'm hearing is board it out.
I have to throw that sweater away.
Oh.
Okay, we're back. Our guests, some of them are leaving. Yeah. Okay, our next section is public invited to be heard. Is there anyone who would like to speak to City Council on any item not set for public hearing? Statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Statements must be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. And it's quiet, so I'm going to take that as a no. All right. Legislative policy commitment. Does the committee have an update tonight?
Nothing this evening.
Yeah. Okay. Great. The financial report is next. So Jason Loveland will present the October 2019 financial report to council. Welcome, Jason.
Okay, thank you for having me, Mayor and Council. So as Mayor mentioned, this is the October finance report. I'll start off with a quick update on the sales and use tax. Year to date, that is up 3.1%, or about $523,000, which is good progress for our sales and use tax through October. More details behind that number. Auto use tax is leading the way, up 7.2%. Sales tax itself is up 1.5%. Food tax, with the addition at the Huron Center, is up 12%. And so a lot of positive trends on sales tax. On page 10 of the report, we outline how the individual areas, the geographic areas within the city are doing. The city's up in those areas, specifically up over 7%, which is a great number, and it kind of demonstrates how well the local economy is doing on sales and use tax, which is great news. So on the general fund, we'll start off with the revenues. Total revenues are at $21.6 million through October, and that's up 1.68% over the prior year. You'll see taxes, those are up 1.3% year over year. Property taxes are relatively flat. We'll see an increase in that in 2020 as everyone received their new assessments for their properties, and I'm sure have seen that at home. Those valuations are going up. Other highlights, I guess, on this side of the ledger of the general fund, intergovernmental revenues. So those are other shared taxes through the state and county are up 5.8%. Licenses and permits are down 15.8%. That's a little bit deceiving, as last year at this time they were up 36%. So there's kind of an ebbs and flow with licenses and permits, heavy on the right-of-way construction and other building and electrical permits from 2018 to 2019. Other revenues are relatively calm. Fines and forfeitures are down 15.8%, and that's a continuation over the prior year, which was down 20% at this time. Overall, though, you'll see the collection rate at about 80%, so the revenue that we compared to the budget. We're trending as we planned overall with total revenues in the general fund. And then on the expenditure side, on page 3, this report breaks it down by department. So again, the general fund is really the nuts and bolts of the operations of the organization, with public works and police, parks and recreation, and then a lot of the administrative functions. Total expenditures through October, $19.9 million, and that's up just under 3% year over year. All the spending is falling in line with what was budgeted. The budget from last year had been increased 2.6%, so to see an increase of 3.6 or of 2.9% is, part of the plan to see some increased spending year over year. The water fund total revenues are at $9.5 million and total expenditures of $7 million. You'll see total revenues relatively flat at being up 0.3%. You'll see water charges. So this is your monthly utility bill for water service. That's down 2%. So we've actually seen a decline in consumption through October of 6% throughout the year. It was lower through the midsummer months when it was wet, and we're starting to kind of catch back up to see, hopefully we'll end the year in a positive direction on the revenue side for those water charges. Operating expenditures of $4.3 million are consistent with budget expectations. Capital outlay, $2.3 million. Starting on page 27 of the report, there's more detail for all of our capital spending. You can see the individual projects and where dollars have been spent there. But on the water fund, things are in a good position through October. The wastewater fund revenues are at $3.4 million with related expenditures of also $3.4 million. Wastewater charge revenue is up 7.2% on the year, which is part of the increased fee structure that we had implemented at the start of 2019. Skipping ahead, the stormwater funds. Stormwater charges revenues $355,000 with expenditures of just under $80,000. There was no changes in the rate structure for revenues, so we would expect that number to be flat for the charges, which it's up 1%. And then the spending in the wastewater fund goes to fund stormwater coordinator and then some of the operational costs associated with that position. You'll see no spending through October in the capital outlay portion, so no stormwater improvement projects or studies have been undertaken in 2019. And then the sanitation fund, the last fund that we'll go over, revenues of $1.5 million, expenditures of 1.389. Again, total revenues up 3% year over year. Last year they were down 2%. Part of that's a function of just the timing of billings. And then on the expenditure side, operationally with solid waste collection charges of just over $1 million. Again, that falls in line with what we had planned for the budget, and a spending rate of 81% is consistent with historical spending in that fund. Then the last thing that I'll point out, unless there's any questions as we go through at the end, cash and investments on page 8. At the end of October, $72.6 million were invested within the city, and that's up 5.8% from the prior year, which was $68.6 million. Specifically, the capital projects fund has grown just about $1 million. Part of that is the accumulation of dollars for our capital projects, so that's not a surprise there. Additionally, the general fund is up about 6.5% from the prior year. And then the water fund is up about $3 million. The cash accumulation, part of it is the timing through October of when we're spending, and then the majority of that is cash funded capital projects and then the timing of those expenditures. So it is up 5.8% year over year though. And with that, open to any questions.
Do you have a breakout as far as for licensing on the Airbnbs and things like that? Do you have a breakout of how many licenses we have out there and all that good stuff? Is that in here? And I didn't.
It is not broken out on here. We do have that. I don't have it with me right now.
Right. Can you email that to me?
Sure. We can do that.
Thank you.
Licenses and then associated revenues.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
And then, you know how we talked at NERA, without giving out too much stuff, about the estimated property taxes for 2020 on the NERA-related buildings? Do we, or the NERA-related property, do we get that same kind of an estimate for the city too?
Yes. So we have certified the mills. The preliminary number citywide didn't have the impact
Okay.
that it did on the URA.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There was a small decrease. I think it went from, well, I'm going to say my estimated numbers, I don't remember precisely, $433 million to $428 million.
Okay.
So it did decrease some, but not with the impact that it had on the urban renewal.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Okay.
I have a
Great.
quick question.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm looking at page 11. So as you mentioned, it's pretty clear why we saw such an increase for the Huron Center. But there's a pretty significant increase at Washington Point. Do you know why that would be? Because that seems like a stable section of businesses, but maybe not.
Yeah. We do have an answer, and I will get back to you on that because I don't
Okay.
have it in front of me.
That's okay. I just happened to notice it looked like another outlier, and I just wondered that the revitalization of Safeway, the timing of that maybe?
So I'm wondering, we have the thrift store that moved in.
Yeah, that moved back.
Would that help it? Yeah.
Okay.
So part of it is that your comment about Safeway reminded me. Safeway actually pays in 13 times a year
Got it.
because of their fiscal year. The reason that's up 35% is Safeway's 13th period fell within this return
Nice. Okay.
versus last year. So
That makes
thank you for the
Okay.
Safeway reminder.
sense. Although I was off base, you were right on. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
No other questions? Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful job.
Okay, consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Please open the vote.
Vote is open.
Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Excellent. Okay, so we had no items removed from the consent agenda. We have some public hearings. So we're going to begin with CB 1940, Amendment to City Code. Oh, do you want to read the title, Joanna?
Sure.
Who reads the title? You read the title.
It is a bill for an ordinance amending Section 2-8-1, Parent A of the Northglenn Municipal Code, adding the Economic Development Department as a city department.
Oh, great. I will now open the public hearing on CB 1940. Is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against? If yes, please come forward. Hi.
Unfortunately, she's a guest.
All right. Who's going to start?
Rosie Garner, 1435 Clear Lane, Northglenn, Ward 4.
Jim Lynch, 722 Muriel Drive, Ward 1.
Jim and I'm the chairman of the Urban Renewal Authority, and Jim is the vice chairman. We just support this wholeheartedly. I just think it's a long time coming, and I think she, or whoever sits in that role, it should definitely be a director level, at least in my opinion. Debbie certainly has proved herself to be an outstanding economic developer since she's joined the city. So I think this was a fabulous idea.
Yeah, and she works tirelessly. And she takes all of our crap, so. And we hand it out, right, Becky? Yeah.
And I've never heard somebody speak as fast as Debbie Tuttle did Wednesday night. Seriously, I don't think she took a breath to try and get me
Yeah.
over to the orientation.
Yeah.
Don't ask me what was said, because I have no idea, but I know it was all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if the city could do any better, frankly.
I don't think so either.
You know, I think the unique thing about her is that she has personal relationships with business and retail in Northglenn, which is, they know who she is, and I think that's a huge benefit because she gets things done in a more personal manner, and it's definitely helps us out, so.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Great. Okay, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. And that was the only one. Great. Okay. Ordinances on second reading. So we just heard the title. Is there a motion to adopt the same ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Right, please open the vote. Oh, do you want to provide a summary?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lighty. I'll provide a brief summary for our new council members that are with us, along with members of the public who may be watching from home. So I'm about 1 year and 6 months into my role as city manager, and a lot of what I've been doing is assessing our capacity citywide, as well as making sure that we've got the right positions in place and the right people in those positions. In looking at the economic development manager and her staff, it became clear that there was an inequity in terms of the level of position and the breadth of experience, not only that she brings to the position, but most importantly, the workload that we have currently and on the horizon related to economic development efforts. So with that, I recommended reclassification of her position in the 2020 budget, which was approved by City Council on October 28th. Our code requires a next step, which is this step that we're going through today, which is that anytime we create a director level position, we also have to create a corresponding department. So what that means, you saw this back in the summer when I created the communications director position. We created a communications department. So economic development department, communications department, for all essential purposes, reside within the city manager's office. But per our city code, they are now their own departments. So a bit of a formality, but important for the public to understand why we're going through this process. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
We will obviously be filling this role with the existing manager,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, this is a reclassification, not a new FTE. So, at some point in the future, as I bring any type of position request that might look different, but a reclassification is an existing position. And, sometimes there may be vacancies with the existing positions that later get filled, but this position is filled by Debbie Tuttle, our amazing economic development manager, who will, after this vote, be an economic development director.
That's awesome news. Thank you. That's what I thought.
Yes.
I don't have a question. I have a comment.
Yes.
Really, I think that this is an important move, really just to highlight how important economic development is to the city. I think Debbie is phenomenal, and I would love to continue to see her grow and really just kind of build those relationships we need with our businesses. I think this is a fantastic move. And again, just highlights just how important economic development is to our city. So thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Thanks.
So I just want to echo what Rosie said, actually, because that is the key to economic development, is the relationships that are being built. And our current manager, hopefully soon-to-be director, will continue those. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do such a personal job of connecting and then reconnecting. So she connects with businesses, and then she helps them connect with one another, and it's beautiful. So I agree. All right. Okay. Well, let's vote. Joanna, will you open the vote, please?
The vote is open. I will close that vote, and CB 1940 passes on second reading unanimously.
Did my vote come up, Joanna? Because I never got that actual question. The question on my screen is still, okay, now it's there. Okay. All right, I'm over it.
Okay.
Thank you.
It did, yep.
Okay. We're moving into resolutions. We will start with CR 153. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Thornton and the City of Northglenn for a shared victim services program.
Hi.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I am going to ask Chief May to provide a summary. There is a corresponding increase with this particular IGA for 2020, so I'd just like him to speak to that increase and how we'll take steps to monitor what this looks like moving forward.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor, City Council, good evening. We've been partnering with the City of Thornton since 1987 with our Victim Services Program. This last year, this was the first year that we implemented, a victim advocate that was strictly for sex assault victims, which is very important. Originally, we got that position on grants as well. So it's a 3-year grant, and as time goes on, there's less money. So part of that increase goes to that. But also another thing too is we put in for other grants as well, and depending how well we do, and that's normally later in the year. I think the last one we heard about was in November. So we fell a little bit short of our estimates. So that's why you see that 14,000. We didn't just get enough money into that grant program, but we have increased staff. You'll see at the Northglenn Justice Center probably 2 victim advocates a day, where in the past we only had 1, just to better serve our community. Any questions?
So just really quickly, Chief is aware, but this is an amazing partnership that you have with Thornton. My daughter witnessed a fairly horrific car accident recently, and it was in the city of Thornton, but that partnership was fantastic, and the supports that are wrapped around are just top-notch. So, I mean, we were personally thankful. Yeah. So you had a Northglenn resident in Thornton, and because our cities wrap in and out of each other, I think it's a great program.
Our victim advocates are amazing. And then we have probably 20 volunteers, and some of them have been with us 15 years, and they do an amazing job. Yeah. So I just want to do a shout out for them too.
Totally.
Thank you.
Totally, they're amazing. Thank you. Okay, please open the vote.
The vote is open. I'll close that vote, and CR 153 passes unanimously.
Moving on, Resolution CR 154. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution approving a professional services agreement between the City of Northglenn and Barry, Dunn, McNeil, and Parker LLC for the Police Department Staffing and Operations Assessment.
Move for approval.
Second.
Hello.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a contract for the, as I in short call the 360 assessment on the police department. We previously discussed this with City Council. We went through the formal procurement process. We issued a request for proposals. We received 8 submissions. As indicated in the memo, myself, our management services director, our command staff, and our finance director went through those proposals, and then we had a smaller subset interview committee in which we interviewed 3 firms. The firm that we're recommending, Barry, Dunn, McNeil, and Parker, rose to the top based on their experience and qualifications. We did some refinement to the scope. Commander Heidi Waltz, who's here with us this evening, will be the project point person on this PD assessment project. And we will be kicking off the project in early January. Dates have already been identified. And so after the first of the year and some other steps that are outlined in the plan, the consultants will be coming and speaking with City Council as they're in their information gathering, data gathering phase. And so we're excited to be partnering with this firm. I think they're a great reflection of our values here at the City of Northglenn, and our lead on this project, Mitch, is an experienced law enforcement professional and has great experience in conducting these assessments in other communities, one of which was Wheat Ridge, that I'm familiar with. And so happy to answer any additional questions, but we're asking for $79,800 in the contract amount to be approved. These funds are not currently budgeted in the 2020 budget. So as we've done in past practice, we'll bring forward a budget, supplemental budget amendment next year.
As a new council member, I was just hoping to get a little bit of background on why, or what led up to doing this particular
Absolutely.
survey.
Chief May and I were speaking early on in the year, and there's been a lot of transition within the police department. And so anytime you want to do a real check-in in terms of services and operations, we've had some turnover at the staffing level, in particular with police officer positions, and we're on a great track to fill those positions. I think we're down 8 positions, 3 of which are 3 new police officer FTEs that are captured in the 2020 budget, so down essentially 5 FTEs through the end of 2019. So I think we're in a really good position. So it's a best practice anytime this type of what I would really call life cycle change occurs within an organization, that you bring in an outside third party to do a pulse check, call it a look in the mirror. Really, I think this is going to be a way for us to identify our strengths. Also, take a look at where there's some gaps. It'll be a way to also confirm the 5-year staffing plan that the police department developed last year and make sure we're on track with that, not only from a sworn officer position perspective, but also from a civilian staffing perspective, because the civilian staff in the police department really support the work of our sworn officers. We also want to use this as an opportunity to really give us information on our readiness for state and our national police accreditation.
Thank you.
And one of the great things about the work product that Barry Dunn provides is they present it in a very easy to read, simplistic format that you're able to identify, okay, these are really the critical areas that we need to work on, along with the breadth of their recommendations. And one of the key components that the assessment team was looking at is making sure we found a company that really brings all ideas and recommendations to the table. Whether or not we take them is a piece of the process, but really looking for someone who's going to really bring that objective. You could really move the needle in this area, or you're right on track in this area. So we're excited to work with them.
Just a quick question about the timeline. So it looks like they're estimating about 6 months. Are we going to get updates throughout this process, or are they only going to visit us like once, as you described, towards the beginning of the process?
No, we will provide updates throughout the process. They're anticipating the project will be complete about mid-July, but we'll have the initial project kickoff, and then there is community engagement components that you'll be informed about as well. So it won't be that they're here and then, you physically probably won't see them for a couple months here and there, but as they wrap up the project, part of what we have built into the scope of services and the contract at this point is that they'll come back and make a presentation to City Council on their findings and recommendations.
And then as for the community outreach, is it just one event, or are we going to have multiple events? What are your thoughts?
Commander, can you help me with that? I can't remember what we landed on. That was one of the revisions.
Thank you for being here.
We're actually going to have a couple different events. One for just general public to come into, and then we also want to do one a little earlier in the evening for our senior citizens, because we know they don't like to drive after dark a lot of times, so we want to have one earlier in the day, and then we'll have one definitely in the evening. And then depending on how that is, we also could have another one if we need to, so depending on how many people really want to come, we can always open up for a third one. So, but we're trying to make sure we hit both groups if we can, so early and late.
Great. Thank you so much.
The other great thing about this particular firm that we're excited about is their ability to really touch staff at all levels within the department. That was a key thing that Commander Waltz and Chief May brought through the conversation and selection process.
Looking forward to it.
I have a question.
Yes.
Public engagement, in what respect would that be?
Well, they're looking at a couple different things, and so we're gonna work on what we're gonna finalize, but we're looking at possibly doing an initial survey first to begin with and get some information, and then they'll come in and they will actually have the meetings with the public, be able to open it up for questions from the public, what they wanna see, what they're looking for, things with the agency. So it's really getting them to come out and speak to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Will you open the vote, please?
The vote is open. I'll close that vote, and CR 154 passes unanimously.
Great, moving on to CR 156. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution approving a contract between the City of Northglenn and Integrated Water Services Incorporated for the Bunker Hill Lift Station Replacement Project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Kent Kisselman, to provide a summary to council, in particular for our new council members. This is a really important project that's underway that you'll be hearing more about as we move forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So yes, the Bunker Hill Lift Station currently serves the residents between Race Street and Claude by 120th Avenue. We've been working with Carl's Farm. So with the addition of Carl's Farm, currently the capacity of that lift station was about 500,000, and it'll be going up to 1.3 million gallons. So to accommodate that, we hired a design firm last December. They're now to 60% drawings, and we're ready to get the construction manager at risk on board. So we put that invitation out. We conducted the interviews, and after the interviews were completed, we've chosen Integrated Water Resources. And part one of the CMAR contract will be for them to get on board and help us with the rest of the design to get us to 100%. And then they'll be the ones obviously doing the construction. So we anticipate construction starting sometime around March. And this part one for their contract is for $10,494.90. And then after we get the guaranteed maximum price, we'll come back and do an addendum to this contract for the remainder of the project. And again, Carl's Farm is participating, and so they're paying 72% of the cost of both the design and the construction. And we've been notifying them and keeping them aware of our progress all along the way.
Okay. Anybody?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Usually when we have the bids, we have the prices for the 3 different organizations, and they're not.
These weren't prices.
These aren't
so-
prices?
Yeah, no, these were contracted services in order to do. So it wasn't just based on the bid, it was based on the interviews and what they could do in their respective projects and how they could handle projects of this size.
Ken, do you want to talk about bringing back the final guaranteed maximum price? I think that'll help Councilmember Brown. It's a process very similar to what we're doing with the Recreation Center, Senior Center Theater.
And what we did on the Headworks project and the Justice Center as well. So they give us a price to help us with these construction management services to get us to the 100% drawings, and then they'll provide the guaranteed maximum price, which will be the locked-in price to do the construction of the project.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Joanna, open the vote, please.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 156 passes unanimously.
Okay, CR 157. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution approving a professional services agreement between the City of Northglenn and Allied Waste Republic Services for calendar year 2020 landfill services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor. Public Works Director Kent Kisselman's going to provide a summary on this one as well.
I'm back. Thank you. So we partner with Thornton to get a benefit of cost because we don't have enough sanitation to get a good price. We partner with them, and the last time we did it, we had our last renewal in 2018, so we had to rebid it, and we rebid those services. And again, it was Allied Waste Systems was the best price to take our waste to. The price went up to $13.20 a ton in 2019. In 2020, there was a Senate bill that was passed that requires a new user fee. So that's an additional 50 cents a ton to bring it to $13.70. And we'll pay that for 2020. And then after that, we have 8 one-year renewals after that. So we won't be going out for, we won't bid this again for another 9 years.
So the price stays flat?
Yeah. Each year they're allowed to, so they increased it based on the Senate bill. It was supposed to be locked in for 2 years for the $13.20, but then that Senate bill passed, so it went up to 50 cents. And then each year they're allowed, with the consumer price index, they could go up 3%. But the last contract, it didn't, it stayed static for those 5-year terms, but we can't guarantee that the price will stay. It's still obviously significantly less than the recycling tip fee.
And no increase in mattresses at all?
They do have a mattress component in here, I'm sorry for that, $30, but again, we contract with Springback, and so we have that trailer at our facility, and we collect those mattresses, and residents drop those off, and then we contract directly with them. So if we do get one, like on our free landfill day, the mattress isn't free. I think they still charge for that mattress, so that would be the cost if a resident was to bring a mattress out there on that day. But we try to avoid taking any mattresses out there.
Thank you.
I guess I just have a quick question about the length of time that we have a contract. So you said we're not going to go out to rebid this for another 9 years. Is that typical? It seems like a long.
It is, but there's really only 2 places that house this, that do the recycling. There's the one that's out at the airport, the Tower Road landfill, and then there's another one in Erie. And it's a much smaller landfill, and it's harder for our trucks to get in there. We do a contract with them, and we'll probably bring that back later. I think it's on a different cycle than this one. And that's our backup landfill in case Tower Road, sometimes it gets really, really windy, and they close that, and we need to take it over to the Erie landfill. But they charge more over there based on the bid.
Okay.
And I would just add, if we find that we're in a position where something different needs to be negotiated, we have that flexibility to work with a provider. So if we need to do something differently, we always have the ability to pivot and go a different direction. Unfortunately, there are not a lot of providers, but we have the ability to negotiate. So.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna, will you open the vote?
The vote is open. We'll close that vote, and CR 157 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving into discussion items. The first one tonight is the proposed fireworks communication plan. Diana Wilson will present the plan now. Come on up.
Good evening, City Council. How's everybody doing? So you all received a packet that has a little chart that looks like this. Basically, just want to come and bring to you this proposed plan about how to get the word out about fireworks. From what I've heard since I've been here, this has been a big issue in numerous neighborhoods. So you guys voted not too long ago to raise the minimum fine. So in addition to letting residents know about the raised minimum fine, it's really an educational campaign as to why fireworks aren't allowed in Northglenn, that we're being respectful to our vets and our neighbors and that type of thing. So incorporated a number of things, including print piece, which gets mailed to every household, Social, so we'll put stuff on Facebook, Twitter, and our Instagram account. Signage, have a couple of signs that I'll show you a little graphic in a minute that we're thinking of doing. And then, of course, we already updated the information on our website. We'll continue to push that to the front page when it's good timing for that. We also have a couple other things that John Isel mentioned that we should try to get a sign up on our trash trucks, and also the flyer that we're producing out posted in parks. That flyer will also be, we'll print them in a limited quantity for people to take when they pick up signs if they're interested, and also have them up on the website in case neighborhoods wanted to print them out and use them at events. You know, we'll give them to you guys for ward meetings, that type of thing. So really, it's just a multifaceted campaign, because you know how it is. People need to see things a few times in order for it to register, for them to remember, hey, no fireworks except for sparklers here in Northglenn. So just reminding people. If you have any questions about the stuff that we have planned or the timing or some input, happy to take it now. As you can see, this is a draft. Happy to revise it. And here's a couple of the signs. We have the nice one, be kind, pets, vets, and neighbors. No fireworks in Northglenn. And then we have the neighbor that's really gonna mean it, that's like, fireworks are illegal in Northglenn. So, you know, as you come and pick up signs, depending kind of what your, what kind of neighbor you plan to be, you can choose a sign. And then our water bill, we can do a flyer inside our water bill, and we can do a couple of lines of text. So I'll do text first and then do a flyer, and that's the place where I plan to do English and Spanish. Thought that'd be a good venue to reach people who may not be English speaking in our water bills.
Are the signs going to be available at no cost?
Yes, that we budgeted them in. Unless we want to do a fundraiser, you know, vacation fund, me and you. No, just kidding. They'll be at no cost to our residents.
Okay. The question I had is, I'm assuming, but I don't know because I'm new, that we have like data on fireworks complaints from this last year, and then you were hoping that there will be an improvement this year, and we'll do some kind of assessment to see how effective this was.
We do. We have a customer relations management tool called Access Northglenn, where we track most of our complaints about fireworks, and code enforcement keeps that stuff, and then we get input from the police department as well. So that is tracked, and hopefully we'll see what an education campaign and an investment what kind of impact that will make, and how many people get cited, how many people complain, that kind of thing. And what we're hoping for with such a hard education campaign is that there's just less complaints, because we really, you know, our goal isn't to cite people. Our goal is to, you know, have people follow the rules so we have less citations, right?
For the newer council members, I would just add a couple additional thoughts. The implementation of the mandatory minimum fine is a best practice, if you will, in communities. So we previously did not have a local ordinance. We were operating under the International Fire Code. So Chief May and their staff members recommended, our city attorney Corey Hoffman, that we propose this to city council. Council approved the adoption of that mandatory minimum fine structure, which is $1,000 for the first offense, $1,500 for the second, and $2,000 for the third offense. So we're hoping that we help dispel the perception that we don't take this seriously in the city of Northglenn, that there will be enforcement, and then we'll have multiple channels for ways of citizens to reach out to us and let us know of their complaints.
Also, part of the education campaign is that, you know, it used to be you'd have to catch people red-handed in order to cite them. Now it's also if you have them in your possession, or if it's you're allowing people on your property to use fireworks, it could be the property owner.
Okay.
So just a quick clarification. This is in place now?
Yes,
So-
the law is in place now. We did our first one in December to try and remind people that use these for New Year's that, don't do that. And we'll do social media as well around a little bit before New Year's to remind people that about this new fireworks ordinance. We don't have anything scheduled for January or February because it's not a high fireworks month, and then we'll start hitting our platforms again, so.
I think this is a good idea. You know, we've had so many complaints for many, many years. But I'm wondering if we could reach out to Thornton and even the county and start working with them, because it's just not Northglenn, you know.
Right.
And if we could get a partnership,
that
would be really good. Because sometimes you think it's in your city or on your street, and it's really across the street in Thornton.
Right.
You know, or
Well,
Westminster.
and Thornton has a similar one, because I had looked at, I might have stolen the sign idea from them. Anyway, but I can reach out to their public information person to kind of ask what they kind of do, and we can coordinate with them for sure. Adams County, I'm really not sure, so I'll have to reach out, because they may not be illegal in every county. I'm not sure what Adams County is.
We could work with them.
Right. We could suggest.
And the one thing that I'll also mention for any of you who weren't at the legislative dinner, I can't remember if it was Representative Mollica or Senator Winter, talked about possible proposed legislation and making it illegal for the businesses to exist, which is a piece of the overall puzzle. In fireworks are illegal, but you can technically buy them if you have an out-of-state license in Colorado, so there's a bit of a loophole there. So we'll keep you posted. Legislative committee will keep you posted on that progress.
Any other direction other than reach out to surrounding communities, changes to the plan? All right.
Sounds good.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully you
Yeah.
can let everybody know. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is the comprehensive plan update, engagement plan. Brooke Savota will present the plan to council. Welcome.
Good evening.
Goodbye.
And goodbye.
Visuals, I like it.
Is this your shortest PowerPoint ever, Brooke?
Well, this is good evening, Mayor and Council. This is going to be my shortest conversation in front of council because I have Sarah and Becky here tonight to talk about this. For the new council members, we're about to embark on a comprehensive plan. We usually do that about every 5 to 7 years. It's creating the vision for the community from a long-range standpoint, and really is sort of our work plan from a planning and CIP and everything else sort of works its way down from that. Tonight, what we're going to talk a little bit about is our public engagement. A few months ago, we kind of gave an overview of what our approach is, not just for engagement for the whole project. Sarah came on board and has brought some really interesting ideas that we want to present to council as part of that process. So with that, I will hand it over to the two, and let me make sure this is.
Let's make sure this is on. All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. As Brooke had mentioned, last time we came to you guys to discuss the comprehensive plan, we heard from you that meaningful public engagement was very important for you guys in this process. So tonight we are here, since we're close to finishing the draft RFP, to do a check-in with you and make sure that we are being responsive to your expectations before we put that RFP out on the street. We used the International Association for Public Participation, also known as IEP2 model, for determining where on the public participation spectrum different types of engagement and techniques can fit, based on how the participation will influence the decision. It's important that all of us, so staff and council, are on the same page as far as how we're going to use the participation to inform the decision, so that when we go out to the community and message what we're soliciting their feedback for, we're messaging it in a way that tells them how we're going to utilize their participation in the process. As you can see from the chart, there's a range of different places that inform the decision, starting at inform, which is basically just going out to the community and letting them know what we're doing. And then there's a range in the middle, which is consult, involve, and collaborate. And really, it's the first 4 that we're proposing in our engagement plan. So this is just another way to show it, along with the techniques, which I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to talk more specifically about this techniques that we're proposing and where we think they will fall in informing the decision throughout the comprehensive planning process. As you'll note at the end with Empower, we only have City Council and Planning Commission there, and that's because per the code, Planning Commission adopts the comprehensive plan, and then City Council basically accepts their decision to adopt it through a formal action. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Sarah to talk about the specific techniques and tools that we're proposing.
Thanks. Okay, so this first group of tools really looks at new engagement strategies for the community that we're hoping will allow for that kind of broader input and really effective input from as many residents as possible. So with these, I've included links for some videos that kind of will explain it probably better than I can. So if we want to watch the first one for open space meetings.
Open Space is an idea workshop that aims to provide an opportunity for each participant to learn exactly what they feel they need, to connect people with similar desires so they can learn from each other. Open spaces begin without any predetermined agenda, but instead work around a specific theme. There are 4 guiding principles and 1 law. The principles. 1, whoever comes to the open space are the right people. In the breakout groups, you don't need an expert or teacher to learn. We learn as a group. Teachers and experts are certainly welcome. 2, whenever it starts is the right time. When the conversation begins, let the ideas flow. Don't force it or feel the pressure to be someone you aren't. 3, when it's over, it's over. When the conversation is finished, move on to the next thing. Don't keep rehashing. Do the work, not the time. 4, whatever happens is the only thing that could happen. Be prepared to be surprised. We have no idea what brilliant ideas or solutions will be found in each group. Expect to be surprised and be prepared to question your own assumptions. The law of 2 feet. If during the course of the gathering, any person finds himself in a situation where they are neither contributing nor learning, they must use their feet to go to a more productive place. No one's feelings will be hurt and no time will be wasted. In each group, please select a recorder who will take minutes of the discussion to share. Open spaces work best when we take the time to reflect honestly, share openly, and think critically. They are most successful for all participants when we trust the process and work earnestly to better ourselves and the community.
Okay, so with the open space meetings, our goal is to really use those as a kind of a kickoff. By coming in and allowing residents to immediately tell us what they find important, what they see as the issues, it's really opening it up for this process to be kind of that community-driven plan and really making sure that we take their input into account. One thing I also want to note is that these are color-coded again to that kind of various impact. So open space meetings would be, I believe it's involve. So the next one is the meeting in a box.
Basically, what we did was provide a small stipend to approximately 20 millennials to host informal dinner parties, either at a home or at a restaurant, and basically conduct Plan 2045 outreach when it was convenient to them, and in a way that would be relatable to 18 to 30-year-olds. And we came up with the idea of this, the set the table box. It's basically a small pizza box. And what we did was we packed this pizza box with some snacks and some conversation cards and some other supporting materials, including these game-style cards. And this basically was designed to stimulate conversation about all the transportation topics, the 7 topics that we used for our online outreach and our in-person outreach. And it was just a way to kind of get people thinking about some transportation issues and talk about the issues that were important to them. And it was very successful. We only anticipated having approximately 10 hosts for our dinner parties. We ended up with 20. We reached over 200 people just with this particular form of outreach. And what was interesting about this was all of the participants expressed an interest in staying involved in the transportation planning process after this.
Okay. So with the meeting in the box tool, one of the caveats, they talked a lot about focusing on millennials. And we are looking at this tool to be used for any and all residents. All these tools are meant to engage every person in the community. So we're hoping that this tool really provides residents with that opportunity to kind of engage on their own time and where they're most comfortable. So it could be with a group of friends, at their home, or at a restaurant, that kind of thing. And really just allowing them to talk about a variety of topics or a specific topic, but making it more on their own time. And then the next one and final is gonna be World Cafes.
So the basics is that you have small round tables where people talk and they have a series of rounds of conversation. And people only stay at that small table for a period of time, say 20, 30 minutes or so. And then they move to another table and have another conversation with different people, often on the same question or a variation of the question that you put together.
In order to capture the collective intelligence of the group, the greater the participation, the greater the potential is for collective good.
We switch tables because we want to access ideas across the whole room. We want people to hear each other, so that we're trying to access not a list of differing ideas, but we're trying to help groups access group wisdom. It's kind of like seeds that are growing all around the room in these different tables, and they're connecting up to each other. So it becomes a very generative process as well.
I think with
Okay. So with the World Cafes, it really allows a diverse group of people with varying opinions to really come together and talk about a topic that may not have a lot of consensus. This is definitely a tool that we would use kind of on an as-needed basis. If there was a topic in the plan or component of it that wasn't coming to a lot of consensus, this allows for a really kind of open and relaxed opportunity for people to come together and discuss this that may have a lot of varying kind of opinions on certain things that may not come from the same walks of life. And so the next group of tools we were looking at are more just the common tools that residents probably have been engaged with before. So looking at the open house meetings, those are flexible meetings that allow residents to kind of come and go as they please and speak with staff and see the information that we have to present. Will primarily serve as an update for the plan. Our goal is to host 2 open houses, one at the midway point and one at the final point. The midway one will really primarily be utilized to kind of confirm the decisions that we've made so far, that the plan is heading in the correct direction, and to get some input from the community and kind of see where they're at with the information we provided. The final open house is that really, we've come to the end, this is what the plan is, let us present and let us allow you to ask some questions as to what different components mean. The next tool are the topic meetings, and those are really going to be used by the various groups that we're looking to kind of engage on a regular basis. So your stakeholder group or resident task force, they are just topic meetings look at, say, each month a specific topic of the plan. So say transportation versus housing versus sustainability, whatever may come out of our information that we've gathered thus far, and kind of really looking at discussing it and talking about it and kind of seeing where they're wanting to go with the plan. And then the last one is social media, and this is gonna be something that we're definitely partnering with Diana and the communications team to make sure that social media and various communication tools are utilized effectively to make sure that residents know about the various engagement opportunities, as well as updates on kind of where we're at in the planning process, and really making sure that they stay informed. So looking at all of these kind of tools and the impacts on decision that we've talked about, this chart is kind of our preliminary engagement plan. We have kind of gone over the various tools, and we have the various groups of people here that we would like to involve, but wanted to let you know that this is definitely a plan that is subject to change kind of throughout the process, wanting to make sure that we get the best input possible. So if something isn't working, instead of trying to stick with it and too long, really making sure that we maybe try something else that will allow for that really good, meaningful input on the plan. So this chart really looks at the various tools as well as the parties involved and when they might occur. So first one, citywide, is primarily going to be the open space meeting, the meetings in a box, as well as open houses. And then looking at your stakeholder groups, which are going to be comprised of staff, local leaders, the planning commission, yourselves, can be involved, and it's kind of a regularly meeting group. Generally once a month. We have every 4 to 6 weeks to leave a little bit of a window, but primarily utilizing the topic meetings. The kind of next group would be that resident task force, and looking to them to be a group of residents that are wanting to be really involved in the plan, wanting to be there for it from day one to the end of it, and really making sure that throughout this entire process, even if it's on a smaller level, we're getting that resident kind of viewpoint on everything that we're talking about. And we're hoping to also utilize them as a way of really promoting the meetings in a box tool, kind of taking that on and working with their own community, our neighborhoods. And then the focus groups would allow for those community members that are find really a high importance on a specific topic. They don't necessarily want to be engaged throughout the entire process, but transportation is their thing, and they want to be able to talk about it and give us our opinion. So that's kind of where we're opening up focus groups. We're also looking at focus groups as a way of reaching, say, parents with small children and kind of what they view the community is needing kind of going forward. So wanting to get that variety of information and engagement. With the next one's looking at regional partners, and that's wanting to engage organizations such as DRCOG or Tri-County Health, the Board of Education, and really making sure that, yes, this plan is for the city of Northglenn, but the region affects the city, and the city also affects the region. So really making sure that we have those voices involved as well. And then finally are the departmental groups, which is going to be leadership as well as departments. This is a comprehensive plan that can be utilized by not just the planning department, but all aspects of local government. So really wanting to make sure that their input is involved in the plan as well. So kind of final thing is looking at timing. We are planning for this to take about 18 to 24 months, and a lot of this is kind of overlapping. The top row is a lot of the kind of resident engagement. The first half is going to be very kind of citywide engagement heavy, getting the initial data, getting the initial input, and then at the midway open house presenting it and kind of moving forward with the resident task force as well as stakeholder meetings and regional partners kind of throughout the entire process, and then ending with that final open house and then hopeful adoption by the planning commission. And that's kind of the overall picture of where we're looking at to be. For us, what we would like to know is open up to questions, but also if y'all have any concerns or with any of the tools, but also with the resident task force, if you would like them to be appointed, and if so, how would y'all like to be involved in that process? But that is all I got. It's a lot to go through. Yeah.
Mayor Bresna. Okay. Thank you so much for bringing these new ideas. I think they're definitely different than ways that we've gone about seeking public engagement and feedback in the past, so I appreciate them. A couple of questions so I can make sure that all of these tools are clear in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
First, can you help me understand the difference between the topic meetings and the World Cafes? Because the way I was understanding it was the World Cafes have a variety of different topics, and then are topic meetings just one topic, or are they the same sort of thing but more structured?
Right. So the topic meetings are, it'll be one topic for that specific meeting. It's going to be utilized primarily by, say, the stakeholder groups. They'll be meeting once a month. So it provides kind of a structure of a way of going through the plan and not necessarily overwhelming everyone at one time. The World Cafes kind of come out if there isn't consensus from, say, those topic meetings. If we can't really get to a point that makes sense, is utilizing that World Cafe, and that one kind of does focus on one topic or a similar or a question, but is done in a more open manner and allows for that kind of switching and small group discussion, as opposed to the topic meetings, which will be the entire stakeholder group at one time, kind of reviewing and going over where what we've kind of put together as the staff.
Okay, so you'll only do a World Cafe if there's not full agreement from the stakeholder committee.
Right.
And I imagine it'll take some time to build that and educate the community in terms of what they're coming to.
Yes, so this entire kind of process can't necessarily be kind of thought of at the very beginning of this is exactly what every topic is going to be. So it's definitely going to be, say we've gone through resident task force meeting and stakeholder group, not a ton of consensus, and then kind of moving forward from there. So it will take some time, but trying to do it as close as possible to kind of when that initial meeting was had. And the World Cafe can also be had between the stakeholder group and the resident task force if they aren't coming together on a similar page. So it doesn't necessarily have to be citywide. It can be that smaller group to kind of get that consensus.
Okay. And then as far as the meetings in a box, are we developing the content for that, or is it something where we're going out and we're subscribing to a service or somebody who already has that content and we're just utilizing it here in the city?
We are looking to create it ourselves. The kind of production of the boxes will probably be kind of bid out with as a component of this entire process. But we would be coming up with the questions and make it specific to the information that was provided at the open space meetings, as well as the kind of meetings that happen before the meetings in a box kind of go out to the public.
Okay, and then does staff attend those meetings? Like, how do we get good data and good feedback from those meetings? Are folks filling out a form when they're turning info in? Like, how are we getting really good data to make sure that we're stretching our dollars as much as we possibly can?
Yeah, so the box would include very detailed kind of instructions on how to handle the meetings. The idea is that staff would not go to the meetings, that they are ran by whatever community member decides to kind of take that box and go for it. They're kind of the ones in charge. And it is, can't quite guarantee that the absolute best information will come from it, but a lot of the times when people are in that kind of relaxed setting, they'll start talking about kind of things that will be helpful to us, and that they will be recording it. Kind of components of that box would be they're kind of recording their thoughts and answering the questions that are posed to them. So we're definitely trying to give them as much material as possible to structure it, but still kind of leave it open for their own discussion.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm also glad to hear that you all are working really closely with Diana Wilson and the Communications Department, because I think this is such a huge and important process to the future of our city that I think it's vitally important that we make sure that residents absolutely understand every point at which they can have their feedback heard and included in the plan.
I believe Jenny hit upon it. I was wondering about the information in the meeting in a box. Because I guess I can just throw this in there. You did a fantastic job tonight. I know it's one of your very first times. You've done a great job, and I'm really excited about what you brought to us. Well, my question was around the meetings in a box, and how do you make sure that that information is coming back to you, so that the person taking the notes is just taking the notes on the things that they're interested in? You know, how do you know that you're getting everybody's input?
Right, and that's something that we can definitely look at when it kind of comes to developing the box and really making sure that maybe it is multiple people writing their own notes or it's one person. So we'll kind of look at that and it's kind of best practice that goes along with this tool, just to make sure we do get that really solid input back.
Cool. Thank you. I love it.
No problem.
Anyone? Yep. Great presentation. You rocked it. A couple questions and I guess just concerns for me. One of my biggest concern about doing any of this type of outreach with residents is how are we really making sure that we're getting diversity in our meetings? And I'm hoping that there's going to be a plan of some sort of reaching out specifically to those less representative groups. So is someone going to reach out with the mosque specifically? Is someone going to reach out to Lakota Way? So all of those specific groups, like I really would like to see that everyone's voice is heard, because we each have a unique perspective and unique needs of what we want in our city. And I think that's probably one of the most important things that matters to me when it comes to the stakeholder meetings. And then another thing I was curious about is how are we providing, I guess, alternatives to folks who need it for their schedule or for whatever reason. So I can't attend a lunch or a box meeting or a whatever forum. Like what are some other ways that they could get involved besides social media? So I really liked the idea of we did a telephone town hall. It was quite
2 years
ago.
ago.
Yeah, it was like quite a while ago now. But I mean, that brought out a different set of people.
Absolutely.
Or what if we even do like a WebEx? Something that someone could interact with online. I mean, you don't have to leave your house. You don't have to find childcare, which is like my biggest obstacle, right?
Absolutely.
And so I just think it gives people these alternate ways of getting involved kind of on their schedule that kind of works better. And then talking about childcare, how are we supporting people with young families to be able to attend these? So, my whole schedule is about childcare. So
Absolutely.
obviously, because I
absolutely.
can't leave my kid at home. So, how are we supporting those young families? We do have lots and lots moving into our neighborhood. I see, I swear, a new mom in a jogging stroller every week in my community. So, I think it's just really important that we are able to meet their needs.
Absolutely. And yeah, we've kind of thought about that on a few things. So looking at the open space meeting, having those, that kind of initial kickoff at a variety of locations even and times, trying to make it as easy as possible for residents to be able to engage. Have actually been speaking with Diana on ways of potentially a telephone town hall and that kind of thing, and starting to kind of other opportunities to use online or phone type tools. Another thing with like the meeting in the box, actually, we hope that it will really allow you to kind of have that on your own time. So you could invite your friends over and have their kids over, and that's a lot of children, I know, but it kind of puts it on your own time and terms, and that's what we're also kind of hoping will allow for that discussion to happen. But also, again, making sure to kind of go to each community, go to the different wards and making sure that they know what's going on and really providing multiple opportunities within each of these kind of tools to reach a variety of people, because is honestly our goal as well, is to kind of try to make the engagement as diverse as possible, because that's really what is gonna form and kind of inform a really good and useful comprehensive plan for the community moving forward. So that's really the goal, is to make sure it's a usable document moving forward. It doesn't just sit on a shelf.
And then my final comment is actually about the resident task force. You asked, do you think we should appoint versus any other way? I actually think that we just call for volunteers. I think that the rec center kind of resident task force, that turned out great. I mean, we had a large group of people who showed up and who were really committed to it. And it also allows for more opportunity for people to participate. And I don't necessarily think it needs to go through us, through any type of appointment process or anything. We have lots of volunteers. When it comes to something, I think that's so.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
I have a couple other questions
Yes, absolutely.
that other council members kind of spurred. Are we going to be providing any materials in multiple languages?
Yes, I would believe so. Yeah, you can probably.
So, a couple things to keep in mind is that we're talking about the engagement component. There's also a communications plan that we've been working with Diana about, which is intended to address, I think, some of the concerns about, we want to do it socially, culturally, and also demographically. We're gonna do our best to reach all those different segments and provide as many of those mediums as possible. So I think that's another piece, but that is something that I think is more of just coordinating with communications than it is part of our RFP in terms of how we structure the RFP and who we're engaging for the RFP, so.
And I hear that and I appreciate that, but when we're talking about meetings in a box and we're talking about folks being able to go back to the spaces where they're the most comfortable, I would hope that we're including language in that as well.
Sure,
So if a family primarily speaks Spanish or French, that they're able to communicate with the other residents in their home in that same space and get some genuine feedback as well.
Absolutely.
Great.
Then a couple other things. You mentioned that we're going to do a lot of this engagement work, and then we're going to have halfway meetings and a final sort of overview, this is where we landed meeting. Are you all thinking that there's just going to be like one standalone meeting and everybody's invited, or are you thinking about doing a series of meetings in addition to maybe a telephone town hall to help kind of folks circle back around and make sure everybody's on the same page?
We had initially kind of have gone through and thought just to do the kind of that midway open house, but having it in multiple, again, locations is what the goal is. And then to do the final, open house at the end, and again, looking to get multiple locations and times, but not necessarily, kind of those open houses like over a course of a few weeks or like once a month. Not necessarily that. But if we were to incorporate, say, the town halls, that's definitely an easier way of getting that information.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not just having one single standalone open house and expecting folks to come, because I know we all host board meetings and they happen once and we get folks who are able to attend based on their schedule, and some folks aren't necessarily able to. And so I want to make sure that if we're doing all of this community outreach and getting all of this feedback, that we've got multiple opportunities in that check-in and in that final instance to double check what we're seeing and hearing.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely going to try to at least do it at different, the different times and locations to hopefully kind of reach those different schedules.
Awesome. And then, let's see, I also want to echo the childcare sentiment.
Yeah,
I think as everybody saw tonight, I had to bring my son along because my partner was stuck in traffic. So I think as, we provide the option for childcare at board meetings if the council member is interested. So perhaps that's something that we can look at incorporating each into the public opportunities.
Absolutely,
for engagement. And then with the open space kickoff, I love the idea of there being multiple locations and times. I think that's fantastic. Do you have a time at which you're going to launch that? Like, are you expecting that it's going to be a standalone thing, or is it going to be tied to like food truck carnival? Like, when are we going to do that?
Right. We are thinking the kickoff will probably happen late spring, early June is the goal, and it would probably be a standalone thing because it would probably take a couple hours, and wanting to make sure that that's kind of the main focus is the comprehensive plan. So the goal would be to get a lot of the kind of data and background information that is required, not required, but is very useful for a comprehensive plan so that we can go into those meetings, kick it off, and kind of keep that engagement going. If we did it at the very, very beginning of when we started doing the data and stuff, there would probably be a lull. So the idea is to kind of start that meeting and then start the rest of everything kind of else to keep going and keep engaging with the public. But that's definitely going to be its own standalone kind of thing.
Cool. One more idea and then a piece of feedback, and I'm out. So one thing is, I know that we've been doing some contract work with Adams County Youth Initiative with their TAGA program in terms of doing some interviews with young people, specifically around teen vaping. And I think if that goes well, this could possibly be another project that we could work with them on in order to engage some of our younger community in helping them vision and at least getting that feedback for what they think and they want our city to look like in the next 50 years.
Absolutely,
So just a piece of an idea there. As far as the resident task force, I know our council member Molika thinks that it should be volunteer. I would actually really love to see some consistency in terms of the residents that are undertaking this process. And so I don't know if I kind of want to see it appointed, primarily because of one experience that I've had with the Croak Reservoir Subcommittee. When we first launched the committee, folks were really interested. We had a ton of people come. And as we continue to move forward, we have some folks come, some folks drop out, some folks pop back in, and there's just this added level of work on staff as well as the other committee members to re-educate folks on conversations that have already happened. And it feels like sometimes that stifles our forward momentum. And so I feel like this is such a big, critical project that I want to see a core working group. And I don't know that I'm open to how we do that, whether it's we're appointing and looking at an applicant pool or some other way. But I think it's critical that we have consistency and that we do absolutely everything possible to make sure that that group that's going to be going through this process is as diverse as possible.
Okay.
And then final piece of feedback. I know. You've done awesome this evening. Like, I know this is not easy, and I've had a million feelings, so
it's okay.
Thank you for sticking with it.
I was just going to say, I was on that citizen task force for the rec center.
Okay.
And as I recall, I think that would be a good model because people had to apply, and I'm not sure what their criteria was, but they did make sure they had, like seniors, maybe people from different wards, like they did try to. And then once you were accepted into that committee, you got emails and invitations, but it wasn't just open to other people coming in or whatever. And I think we did probably lose some people who didn't come to every meeting, but I thought it was pretty consistent. So that might be a good model.
Right, so maybe kind of a middle ground of an application process to kind of build that stake, but not necessarily the full appointment by the council. Maybe an option, we can also ask again.
That would be my suggestion. Okay. I like the hybrid model. I think that if we go so far as to appoint people to it, although it gives a sense of responsibility that you're appointed to that, it also gives a sense of being excluded from the event if you're not appointed, you know what I mean? And even though we might know that they could come to us at any time and get appointed to it, our residents might not get that and understand and think that they don't have a choice. So I lean more towards a hybrid model. Okay. But that's just my 2 cents.
Absolutely.
I tend to agree. When I had first read all the materials, I was thinking, no, we don't need to appoint, let's just get whoever's interested. But, now that I've heard the other concerns, I do agree with the hybrid model. And just kind of make those folks make a commitment, that they're going to see it through. And yeah, I'd agree. Great, thank you.
Great, thanks. Well, Sarah, so I just want to say thank you.
No problem.
To you and Becky and Brooke. But what I loved about this is the creative, new, out-of-the-box thinking. I really appreciate that because I think that's gonna just help us be more effective moving forward. So I really appreciate all the work you put into that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, they definitely both helped a lot. Great, thank you.
Thank you
Jenny,
so much.
do you have any more questions?
I don't have any more questions.
I was only teasing, by the way.
Okay, so we're moving into communications.
Oh, wait, if we could, just real quick, I just want to do next steps.
Sure.
What we're going to follow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just started stepping
All
away. I
right,
thought
so
we were
really
done.
just the next steps are going to be for us to complete the RFP and get it out on the street beginning of next year. We'll come back at some point with a contract for a consultant. We'll work prior to the next spring as far as collecting the baseline data and existing conditions for the community. And then we're hoping to really launch the public engagement plan portion of the project late spring, early summer, and keep that consistent momentum going then through conclusion so that we really keep the folks engaged versus have long lulls or periods where they don't hear from us. Is there anything?
Sorry
Just
about
might
that.
Bring it all together.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, communications, we'll go in order of ward. So Ashley gets to go first. Thanks.
I do not have anything.
Okay, and then we have a missing seat. Hello, Ward 2.
Ward 2. Okay, briefly, because I know we're running a little behind, but I do want to recognize staff for all they did for Noel Northglenn. I've gotten so many great compliments about the rec center, what it looks like, and also Noel Northglenn. It was just fun. And in conjunction with that, I do want to recognize some of the businesses in the city that actually sponsored the book giveaway, that Santa did. So I'd like to recognize them. There was Dodge Sign Company, Wash Time Laundry, Elevation Lighting Services, Awakening Balance, Scudder Press, Northglenn Ambulance, Lowe's, and Fuxing Chinese Restaurant. They all contributed monetarily to, making that a great event. So I thank these businesses. We really appreciate it. And I think the kids really got out of it too. So, and then also we had Old Fashioned Christmas at the Edie Farmhouse. It was a success, and thank you everyone that baked and brought goodies and did all that kind of good stuff. So thank you again for everything.
I went to Noel Northglenn. That was awesome. A lot of people coming up saying what a great time they were having. Didn't have as much pizza sold this time. I think it's because we didn't have alcohol at this event. But I thought it was a pretty good turnout. It did feel like a little bit less than last year, but it was a lot of fun. The other thing that I wanted to say was we had the CPAN Christmas party on Friday. And for those of you that don't know, that's the Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association. It was I think we've been doing it for, it's probably about 15 years. And I think that was the best attended event that we had for CPAN. It recognizes all of our volunteers. The police department comes and, just really encourages them to continue to be volunteers. So that was really a great event. I think that's all I have. Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, happy holidays. We'll see you after the new year.
Ward 3, skipping you.
Well, I don't want to take a lot of time either, but I did want to say that I attended my first ribbon cutting earlier this week. It was at the senior hub, welcoming senior hub back to Northglenn. And I will just remember that because it was my first one, but also because it's the senior hub. So it was a great experience, and I really appreciated having that opportunity to meet so many people.
I just have a quick update too. So I attended the ad hoc sub-regional transportation meeting on Wednesday. And really the only important thing I think to bring to you guys is Adams County has decided, all of the Adams County communities have decided that we want to come up with a response letter to RTD, given some disappointments, I think you could say, over the past 6 months. And really the purpose of this letter is to seek collaboration, yet be but also accountability. I think that's the best way to put it. And we also have a list of just kind of the projects that we need to see continued growth on. So that same letter is also going to NATA, which is the North Area Transportation Alliance, which is a larger group. So we're going to tweak it a little bit for NATA, and then send out something similar for the NATA letter at least. I know that for sure we're sending it out to Dave Genova or whoever is in that manager role moving forward, our RTD board, our senators and representatives, also Jared Polis. It's really something that we want to make sure that, we have a huge representative population through NATA, and we want to make sure that our requests and needs are heard loud and clear. So as those letters continue to go through their draft form, you guys will be seeing something in your email. So just some background when that comes. Okay, thanks.
How could I forget that meeting?
I know, how did you forget that meeting, Joyce?
I just want to clarify, we've only been upset at RTD for 6 months?
No, I think it's just escalated to a point of responses.
I like the idea.
All right. Just want to say thank you all so much for your patience and your kindness to my 4.5-year-old assistant this evening. I apologize, my husband was stuck in traffic, so hopefully that won't become a regular occurrence, but I think he did okay. He was pretty quiet, but thanks for your patience on that. Last week was pretty busy. I was honored to be able to also attend the Senior Hub ribbon cutting and welcome them back to Northglenn. They provide some pretty incredible services for aging population to help them stay in their home as long as possible. The business after hours event at Stonehawker was phenomenal. It was so much fun to get to meet so many different members of our business community. So kudos to the Economic Development Department for putting that on and making it such a success. And this week, I'm looking forward to the North Metro Legislative Breakfast bright and early tomorrow at 7 a.m. I hope that other folks from the city will be joining me. It says 7.
7 I was told 7:30.
I was told 7. Are you going at 7:30? Because that's an extra half an hour to sleep.
I don't know. We should clarify.
We should
but I thought
probably-
it was 7:30.
It's 7 a.m. It's on my schedule, 7 to 9.
7 to 9?
Great.
Okay, all right.
All right.
I was going to be late then.
I'm glad that we cleared all of that up. And then I'm also looking forward to joining the senior organization luncheon on Friday. I hope others will join me as well, and happy holidays to everyone. We'll see you next year.
Nice, thank you. Okay, so I echo the celebration for Noel Northglenn. Once again, another incredible event put on by our city staff. The time and talent and energy that goes into that event it's amazing, and it was very fun. So thank you for that. I went to Old Fashioned Christmas as well at Stonehawker, and that was just joyous. That building is amazing, and it's decorated so beautifully. And so I was excited to attend that, and also at the same location, the Northglenn Business Networking event. And, you know, we've already sung the praises of Debbie Tuttle, but Debbie and Shannon both worked really hard, and they put together just a really lovely casual event for Northglenn businesses. We'd love to see more people come, because we have lots of businesses that we want to honor and celebrate. But it was still a great turnout, and got to meet a lot of great people. A couple of things. On the 23rd, I will be at the Count the Lights presentation to our winners, so I'm pretty excited about that. So all the people that have been using their estimation skills on that fantastic truck over in the marketplace. So yeah, check that out. I'll be doing that at 4:30. Real excited, so thank you to our communications team for helping me try something new. We're publishing or presenting something called the Mayor's Monthly Minute, which is just a real quick video each month where I can share just kind of a brief summary of the work that we have, kind of consolidate it a little bit, and just reach out to our community in that way at least once a month. And then the first of mine, Mingle with the Mayor events, has been scheduled. So it's January 21st at 6 o'clock at Perry's Pizza. So that will be fun, and I hope we fill the place, because I'd love to meet everyone. So, Joanna, how about you?
I have nothing tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Heather?
Just a couple updates. I know I've talked to a couple of you because you have asked me. The recruitment process is ongoing for an assistant to the city manager. I received an overwhelming applicant pool, 100+ applications, and so Paula Jensen and I have been screening those down. We started phone screens today, continue those on Wednesday, probably do in-person interviews after the first of the year, but we received great response across the United States, interest in that position, so highly competitive applicant pool there. And then I would like to say happy holidays. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you this past year. I think we've accomplished a lot in moving the needle, and exciting things to come in 2020, so thank you.
Heather, I just had a question, and I know
Sure.
I usually don't have mass communications. Because this is going to be, because you're assistant, for lack of a better word, right? The assistant city manager, what are we calling them?
So it's called an assistant to the city manager,
Okay.
differentiated from executive assistant to the city manager. So Susan Baca will continue to provide all the wonderful support that she provides to council, to myself, to the executive team. An assistant to the city manager is different than an assistant city manager or a deputy city manager, in that this individual is early to mid-career, will not have supervisory experience, supervisory oversight yet, potential to grow into that type of role over time, but this person will be my right-hand person in managing special projects, coordinating, working with the leadership team.
So since this person will be, your right-hand person, will you be bringing us into the interview process at any point, like we did with Diana, or?
No, I view this position as different than a director level position, so I'm not planning on doing that.
Typically, city council wouldn't get involved in anything but the upper level
I know.
hiring decisions, and that's why you have a city manager, is to manage employees and make employment decisions like that. So it would typically be something that you shouldn't be involving yourself in too much detail.
So this wouldn't be a person where if you're out of town,
No.
we're going to go to that person. You'll still have an acting city manager?
I'll still be rotating through department directors.
Okay.
Yeah, this position, like I said, is early to mid-career. So they're not yet at the level of a department director or above. And so if I were hiring for an assistant city manager, deputy city manager, this conversation might look different in terms of that interaction with city council.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Well, thanks for having me here today. I hope all my amazing legal advice was very helpful.
As usual.
Corey will be back in the seat next meeting, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I think I'm going to stick around for the next part of the study session. Corey asked me to do that, so if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
You'll notice we don't feed you, but we do have some candy.
I'm good. Thanks. I just had lunch before I got here, so.
Lunch? We're used to being spoiled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, Brandon does need a short
Oh.
recess.
Well, we're not ready.
Okay,
So I was
when
just
you're
looking
ready.
at the public invited to be heard. I don't see anybody. I was just gonna make sure I made it all the way through the agenda. So we are going to adjourn. We made a short adjustment to the schedule. We are going to flip items A and B, and so Judge Bailhash will have her presentation first. And because of that, and because of our tight timeline, we're not gonna reset, and we're gonna conduct the interviews from the dais. So we can take a quick 3 to 5 minute, but we're gonna do it as fast as possible so that we can get moving. So we are adjourned from the special meeting. Fantastic. Okay. I will now call the study session meeting of December 16th to order. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Lighty?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wolford?
Here.
Councilmember Witkevich?
Here.
Councilmember Downing?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Goff?
Here.
Councilmember Duran Mullica?
Here.
Councilmember Escabel is absent.
Excellent. So we had two agendas for tonight's study session, and we have reversed them. So we're going to begin with Judge Bailhash and the municipal court update. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. So I submitted my outline about what I wanted to talk to about this evening, and then I don't know what the process is if you think that what I'm asking for is appropriate, so I'll turn to Jeff or Heather about the changes. But I just wanted to make sure that the council was aware that the maximum possible penalty is changed pursuant to statute. I checked in with Corey, and he told me that he had sent a memo to city council, but I just wanted to follow up with that as long as I was here today. I've been advising people that the possible penalty they can face is 364 days. Because we're a home rule municipality, the city could still impose 365 is what Corey told me, if that's what the city wanted to do. But I think to be compliant with the statute, I've been advising people 364. So I don't know what, I guess, council's position on that, or kind of procedurally how you would go about adjusting that, or if you have discussion after I leave.
I mean, I guess I haven't looked at that issue personally. I know there has been some issues with that. I think there's a case or a change in the law dealing with whether 365 constitutes unlawful penalty. I'm not sure, but I have to look at it. So I think what we should do is maybe get your questions, and then maybe Corey or I could advise city council legally via like a confidential legal memo on your options that way, just so we don't set anything up publicly. I just can't give you good advice because I'm not totally familiar with the law on that right now. Would that work for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So any questions on that portion of the update? Okay. So then the next parts that I wanted to address they're all kind of grouped together. It's about updating costs and fees that are currently codified in the municipal code. And a lot of it is a result of changing legislation or things that just haven't been updated in a while. And speaking with the court administrator, a lot of her advice is some of these settings. So the first one is the cost and fee for sealing a conviction. As I explained in the memo, the legislation changed on August 2nd. The statute itself doesn't specify what the municipal court should charge for sealing. If a person is sealing a criminal justice record other than a conviction, so if you had a deferred judgment and sentence where your guilty plea was withdrawn and dismissed, or a case was dismissed, that sealing fee is $65, and that is mandated by state statute. The state is charging, so municipal convictions can now be sealed in municipal court or in district court at the state level. The state is charging $226 for sealing. So when I sat down with my court administrator, we came up with $100 because it really kind of covers the cost of that $65 sealing fee, kind of this administrative process. And then the extra $35 would cover kind of the basic court costs. With these new sealings, if a person has a municipal conviction in Colorado now, they can petition to have their record sealed if 3 or more years has passed, but it mandates a hearing. So it's going to require bringing in the prosecutor, taking up court security, setting them on the docket. So in talking with Tammy, it seemed like $100 was the right amount. If council wants it to be something else, I'm open to that, but I think that we should set something in the code so that we can be compliant with the statute. Questions?
I think I talked to you about this, but just to get it on the record, there is a process for people who can't afford a $100 fee.
Yes, so if a person is indigent, they can apply to have the costs and fees waived, and I can waive those fines and fees if I find them to be indigent. And the indigency is governed by the federal poverty guideline. And so we haven't.
But this waiving the fee is only for indigent people?
Typically, yes.
Okay. I just think that there might be some lower income people that would be a hardship.
And so,
$100.
right, and so I'll take a look at it. They'll come in and I'll look at their expenses and for example, I have a motion to waive costs and fees where I look at what their monthly expenses are. It's almost like the role of a collections investigator. So I'm looking at what their expenses are, what their income in, and if they're coming out behind every month or even, then I could waive it.
Okay.
And that's with everything except for mandatory fines. So with the fireworks ordinance fine being passed, I interpret the code as that it's a non-waivable. And then the no proof of insurance got updated when Judge McGid was here. I can't remember how many years ago that was, but it's a mandatory fine of $500 if you don't have insurance on a first offense or $1,000 on a second. And I believe because they're mandatory minimum, they're non-waivable fines. But everything else, I believe, is waivable. So any?
I'm good.
You just wanted to say you
I agree.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Do you want me to wait till the end for my question?
No, I think if we can go through topic by topic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's behind your face.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what did you say?
No, if you want to go through topic by topic, it'll be easier for me.
Okay, I'm back, I'm trying to wrap my head around the $100.
Okay.
Okay. Do the other communities, do we check and see what they're charging or anything like that?
We can, at the Colorado Bowl Municipal Judges Association, it's kind of across the board. Lakewood, for example, is just charging a flat 65. Westminster is charging the same thing as District Court, 226. So a lot at the judicial conference in October, nobody really had an answer yet. That was one of the topics that we discussed. And so not a lot of municipalities have set anything yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're good.
Okay. And then on the deferred judgment fee increase, so currently the code charges $30. And when I was doing the research for this, I want to say that this was last updated in the 90s. And so $100, the reason I think it needs to be increased to 100 is it's the amount that the court is charging now without being an official deferred judgment and sentence fee. So there's what we call $30 in court costs. So the $30 in court costs is the $10 bail fee plus $20 in court costs that gets assessed. And then there used to be, but there's no community service fee anymore. There used to be a community service fee a long time ago when the city or the court contracted with a private entity. But then we created the Northglenn Juvenile Program, and so now we don't contract with an entity. And so the price that the private entity was charging people was something like $25 for like your first 8 hours and then exponentially afterwards. And so what the municipal court has been doing is charging $100 for the deferred judgment fee, kind of adding different fees up. I think it would be easier just to codify it so it's a clean number. Now that I'm processing with you all, I guess what we should probably change it to is $70. So it would be a $70 deferred judgment and sentence fee. So we make sure that $10 goes into the bail bucket and the $20 goes into the court cost bucket, but then that gets us to the even 100. And then a supervision fee, which I'm requesting, is new. The prosecutors in Northglenn like to have, when they give a deferred judgment sentence or an unsupervised probation sentence, they like to have all the requirements due in 90 days. And then the person remains on unsupervised probation for the next 9 months, really being that there's no further law violations for that next 12 months. What this process does is it creates a lot of work for our court staff because they, at that 90-day mark, they're checking to see whether or not a person has completed their community service, the class, any treatment that's required. If they haven't done it, then they notify the prosecutor that they haven't done it. The prosecutor can determine if they're going to file a motion to revoke. On deferred judgment and sentences, and in some cases we do something that we call a 90-day update letter, which is where you send a letter to the defendant saying, hey, you're supposed to get this done in 90 days, you haven't gotten it done, make sure that you get it done. And so it is generating work for the court staff. And so a lot of these people that are sentenced to unsupervised probation, I don't think it's appropriate to impose a fine, but I do think it's appropriate to assess some sort of, I don't know if we want to call it a supervision fee or administrative fee, because there is work that the court's doing to, even though it's unsupervised, to supervise these individuals. And I think that it's a cost and it's time to the court, and so that's why I'm asking for either a supervision fee or an administrative fee. I met with Corey before this, asking him kind of what he thought, and he said, well, if you're doing $100 for a deferred judgment sentence, which typically asks 12 months, it would make sense because the court work that you're doing is similar. It makes sense to do 100. If somebody was, though, as I wrote in my memo, if someone was only in supervision or on unsupervised probation for 6 months, I don't think we should charge that full amount. The amounts are just my recommendations. I would defer to council as to what you think is appropriate, but that's why I'm asking for it.
I have a question.
Oh,
You said a couple times that, it's creating a lot of work for the court or more work for the court. So how many clients would be under this with the court supervision? I mean, that it seems like that there's more work than necessary.
I would say, and I don't think it's more work than necessary, right? I think that they're appropriate sentences, but the way, because we don't have a probation department, it's the job of administrating these sentences falls on the court. I'd say probably about 75% of our sentences have this, where people are being supervised to unsupervised probation.
75%.
Right, yeah, because none of the traffic cases.
Okay.
But I would say the majority of the criminal cases, people are being placed on unsupervised probation.
And do we have a count of actually how many people go through court as far as that would fall under this? I mean, a number?
I don't have one. I can provide that to council.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I can pull that. As you guys know, Tammy runs those monthly updates, so you can see the number of tickets coming through in traffic versus criminal.
Right.
We could certainly pull the statistics on what percentage is being supervised, or I'm sorry, sentenced to unsupervised probation.
Yeah, I would just be curious.
Yeah.
So.
We can absolutely do that.
Quick question for you. So it looks like you're going to try and get back to us with a number of how many times this is going to come up and how much money essentially this fee will bring in. What are you planning on doing with the money?
I don't know.
So if you're gonna get the supervision fee, and it's work that we're already currently doing,
right,
with the current staff you have, what are you gonna do with the extra money? Is there a plan for what you'd like to see happen?
I honestly had not thought about that. The budget process is up to, Tammy manages the budget. The way that my position is structured is I have no real administrative or supervision responsibilities. It's all on the court administrator or the court supervisor. So I know that Tammy manages the budget. I don't know what would happen with it. I bet it would probably make up for, as you guys can see from those monthly reports, tickets are down. Therefore, court revenue is down. I'm not a revenue-making business. I'm trying to find a way to make sure that the work that the court is doing to supervise people is being accounted for. If there were, for example, like our budget goes to things like court security. It goes to where there's no drop box at the courthouse. So if people want to make payments after hours, there's no drop box. And so we're getting a drop box, and I think that's going to cost $3,000 out of the court budget. Paper supplies, community service supplies for the Northglenn Juvenile Program. So I don't have an answer to that. That's something that I would come back, and I could come back at my next meeting with Tammy.
Yeah, I think that could be really helpful because I'm not against putting forth these fees if you guys are doing work. It makes sense, but I would like to see just if we are going to collect these additional fees, what are we going to do with the money? And then another concern of mine is just how do we? I don't want these fees to be some type of ridiculous burden for somebody. I mean, somebody on a tight income, you know, like, some of these fees could really add up. And so I'd really like to see, you know, how are we gonna be working with people? And you mentioned previously that, you know, you could assess somebody's, you know, financial situation. But I think that's just one kind of concern I have with just all these additional fees. And I'm not sure how many, like, one person is gonna get hit with over and over and over again, but, you know, they add up, and I think that's just something that makes me.
Right. So just, I understand that concern that the council has, but it's no different than when the court imposes a fine, which is at my discretion up to $2,650. I take into consideration a person's financial situation, what their needs are, what their income is like, what their family life is like, what the nature of the crime is. And I had thought about just imposing a fine for some of these people that are getting unsupervised, because typically if a person's being sentenced to unsupervised probation, I'm not imposing a fine because I feel like it's a double penalty. I could just be imposing a fine just kind of to cover this administrative fee, but I feel like that's not transparent and it's not fair to the people who are being assessed these fees. Like, a fine is punishment, and so I don't want them to think that they're being double punished.
That makes sense.
So, but I can definitely come back with the percentage that are being placed on unsupervised probation, and I can talk to Tammy about where extra money, where it would be going in the court budget.
So I agree with Julie, and so, but I'd like to kind of take it one step forward. So when you come back with Tammy, if we could get a lot of information, I think that'd be really helpful. So not just a little bit of data about the percentage, but kind of, I don't know, all the data that wraps around that. And then also, if it's appropriate, a little more budget information, like what the current state of the budget is, you know, what money's coming in, what money's going out. You know, you're saying numbers are down, so, I mean, that could be a celebration that we have less crime in our city. And so if we could have kind of a big picture, because I don't know that I want to make any decisions. So as far as Ori writing up new fees I don't want to make any decisions until we have the information. So I don't want to change any fees before that conversation.
That makes sense to me.
Mayor, can I interject just real briefly? Just to follow what you suggested, I think what staff can do is work with the judge and Tammy and really drill down into what the revenue of the court is, what the expenditures are. You see some of that when you get Tammy's monthly report, when you look at the bottom line numbers and the fluctuation in revenue, but we can tee up an educational session and before you dive into the actual recommendations. And then I also think as we move into 2020, you'll probably have more comparative data from other courts as they start moving forward with implementing the fees that we can also, Tammy can help capture that information for you so you have that information for council.
Thank you. I don't want to be redundant, but I'm curious, outside of the fees that you're looking to increase here that you've outlined, are there additional fees that perhaps somebody could have if they come before you? Like,
So the fee, it's the $10 bail fee and the $20 in court costs.
Okay.
And then if a fine were to be imposed.
Okay.
And then if a person fails to appear and a warrant gets issued, there's a $50 warrant fee. Frankly, I waive 99.9% of those warrant fees. Right, I mean, most of the people that are failing to appear, they either never come to court or they appear via video at the Adams County Jail. They're clearly homeless, they're clearly indigent. That's the reason that they're not coming to court, and so I waive those. It's rare that I impose those. And then on traffic cases or juvenile cases, there's something called an outstanding judgment warrant. It's called an OJW. But it's a lien. So you notify the Department of Motor Vehicles that a person's failed to appear or failed to appear in their traffic case. And then that puts a hold on their driving privileges through the state. And that's a $30 fee. The OJW is a $30 fee, but that can only be for traffic offenses or juvenile offenses.
So this is all super helpful. Maybe when you come back with the budget information, could you put together a list of all of the possible fees, obviously, or not necessarily fines, right? Because I understand that's at your discretion, but maybe a list of the possible fines so we can kind of get a sense of what the range is?
Yes.
I think it would also probably help with our level of education in terms of understanding what you can assess.
Right. And then, and just one last thing, which will be in the list, is the court contracts with the collections agency if a person doesn't pay. The collections, we assess a 25% fee on behalf of the collections agency, and then that money goes to the collections agency. But that's also something that I waive when somebody comes back and then starts making payments again.
Thank you.
So, can you tell me a little more about, you said that you were going to put in a new drop box?
Yes.
Where is this going to be and why?
Why? So the reason we're putting in a drop box is because there was a poor gentleman that would come to the courthouse after work, and if you get there after 7 o'clock, there's nobody at the police department anymore to drop off a check, and he was sliding a money order under the door. And twice it got lost. Once, luckily, we found it over at police records, but once it was gone. And I think that if people are trying to pay their fines and fees, we didn't make it as easy as possible. It's no different than, is that the front of the building? The utility pay drop box.
It's there.
Or there. I was like, I'm all turned around, but
wherever I'm facing, it's there.
So it's the same as the utilities drop box. You know, many people work, right? Monday through Friday till 5. It's hard to come in. The agency that we contract with to do online payments charges $9.95, which is a lot of money. So it's not easy for people to make payments over the phone or online. They either have to physically come to our building or mail a check or a money order, which I think makes people really nervous, or they can drop it in a box. And truthfully, it was that one anecdotal situation. I have one guy tell me he lost a money order and he brought me in the stub and I said, we have to fix this. So that's why we're gonna get it. And I think if you're looking at the Justice Center, I think it's gonna go probably in just to the right of the door if you're looking at the building to the right side, on the court side would be, my guess is where it's gonna go. But I think Tammy is coordinating with the chief and the facilities people as to where that will go. And so it's a small company that does that. It's been ordered. I think it will probably be installed probably like late January.
So can you access the building now as a resident or someone that's going to court? I mean, after 7 o'clock, can you open those doors in the front to access the lobby?
You can.
You can.
And you can go to police records,
but there's nobody there.
There is after a certain period of time, but like on the court side, to what the judge is saying, there's no way to drop.
But there's nobody on the police side either.
If the doors were locked, why you would have it inside? You know, because we've had that drop box for the water, and in the past, we had water and court payments going into that drop box at the same time. On the outside where they could just drive up, drop it in, and and they're done. They don't have to get out of the car.
Right. Oh. Oh, you mean like have it closer to the curb?
Driveway, yeah.
I can talk to, I don't even know who the facilities building person is, but Tammy does, so I can talk to them about that.
It's just a thought, because I mean, that's how we functioned in the past, so. Go ahead.
Okay, just final comment.
Yes.
Can we fix the online payment system? Why do we have to pay $9.99 to do an online payment? That
So
just seems
I asked Corey about that, and Corey said that it's a city contract.
We'll look into it.
Thank you.
I'm not familiar with the contract, and I'm not familiar off the top of my head if the rules are different for the application of it. So we can look at it and make that part of what you report back on.
I'd appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
same.
So then next, so I just wanted to keep everybody apprised of the legislative changes. I think The biggest thing that's coming up is getting rid of the OJWs. So and Corey actually, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Corey's involvement with it, but because Corey is actually very involved with preventing the getting rid of OJWs. From the ACLU's perspective and many people's, OJW is really a tool that really punishes poor people because it's only poor people whose licenses get suspended and it digs them in a hole. And I understand kind of the general population's fear of OJWs because are we punishing the wrong people? However, now that I am a judicial officer in a traffic court situation, I understand the utility of an OJW because a lot of people, they won't ever answer for their traffic case because they'll lose their ticket. They won't know about it. And it's really more of a notification mechanism and an enforcement tool. I would say for me personally, and so as long as I'm here in Northglenn, I am never going to prevent a poor person from getting their license back. Just like, there are horror stories, in my opinion, of judges who are saying, well, I'm not going to lift that OJW until you pay $500 of the $1,000 that you owe. And I just don't think that's equitable because there's some people that for them to pay $500, it's going to take them a year. And then they're not working and they are driving illegally and they're digging themselves into a hole. But I think to have the ability to notify a person that they aren't compliant with a traffic ticket or they're not making their obligations is something that I think is important in a municipal court and in a traffic court. That was one of the things that was kind of at the top of the list at the CMJA conference. I don't think we necessarily need a lobbyist to address that issue. I think because Corey is so closely involved, he actually last week went somewhere to have an interview to talk to somebody about it. But I just think that because we have Corey as our city attorney and he has his finger on that pulse, we have a good advocate looking out for that. I think the main thing from a court perspective is the ACLU has been very open and honest about that they want to get rid of municipal courts. They want municipal courts to only be traffic courts, and they think that all crime should be funneled into the state court system. And so that's why I wanted to provide you the letter from CMJA, just to give you some information. I'm too early in CMJA to know if what the entire association's goals are meets the needs of this specific court here in Northglenn. At this point in time, I don't know if it would be in Northglenn's best interest to contribute to Denton's, but I wanted you guys to know that that's something that CMJA is discussing, and it's something that CMJA has been using. And CMJA, as you can see from the letter, views as helpful and has been an asset. I'm not in the position right now where I want to ask the city to give my court more money. I'm not in the point where I'm going to ask Tammy to take money out of her budget to put into it, but I thought it was important to keep you all apprised of CMJ's kind of the majority views that Denton's and having their own private lobbyists is an asset over using CMLs.
Can I just ask you a question?
Of course.
You have to remember that we have residents watching, hopefully, one or two. You want to explain to them what the OJW is and also the acronym that you were just using?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
So, yes, of course. Thank you. So OJW is the outstanding judgment warrant. It acts as the lien from the DMV that I had spoke about earlier that puts a hold on the license, and that cost that's assessed is $30. A portion of that goes to the state bucket and a portion of that goes to the Northglenn bucket. And then CMJ is the Colorado Municipal Judges Association, which is a legal group, like a bar association that's made up of municipal judges for in the state of Colorado. And then CML is the Colorado Municipal League.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know. Can have a whole conversation in acronyms.
I know.
Thank you very much.
And then I'm working on getting more resources available in the courtroom. I can't remember if I told you this during my review, but I've been reaching out to the Adams County Health and Human Services Workforce Center and Business Resource Center to be able to have use them as a resource because they're a free resource. I think a lot of defendants that come through my court aren't really in need of a petty theft class, right, that they pay $75 for. I think what they're in need of is somebody helping them navigate the system. I think it can be overwhelming. I think some of the less educated, older population, this being online and the computers is overwhelming. The Business Resource Center and the Workforce Center have a computer lab. They always have someone there staffing it. So I've started sentencing people there. I haven't had anybody come back yet, so I can't tell you if it's working or not yet. But I've gotten some good resources from them, kind of pamphlets and handouts that I'm putting in the court waiting area. So that area where people wait for the prosecutor to call their case or they're waiting to get checked out. I've put pamphlets in there. Judge Kurtz, who you all, well, some of you know, she is part of this organization called Robbie's Hope, which is a suicide prevention for teenagers. And at our annual or semi-annual conference this fall, she passed out some handbooks about how to talk to teens, which I thought was an incredible resource. So I have those available in the courtroom or in that court waiting area as well. And then I'm working on kind of strengthening the relationship between the court and the Community Reach Center. So to make that more of a resource available. And then I think I'm gonna reach out to Tri-County Health. I heard you guys talking about, I think vaping's a big problem. I would say the majority of the tobacco tickets that I'm getting in my court now are students that are vaping at school. And trying to figure out how to tackle that in the court. ISAE, which is one, I don't know what the acronym stands for, which is one of the agencies that we use for our education. They've actually created a teen tobacco vaping program. I haven't had the opportunity to audit it yet, so I don't know how valuable it is, but at least it's addressing the current issue. So and this is kind of another update, I guess, is I've joined the diversion board, the community diversion board. Roger Buchholz, who was the judge in Federal Heights, is stepping down from Federal Heights, and so he asked me to be the judicial member to that board, and I volunteered to do that, and I am also now the secretary for the board. And so one of the community members brought some information about Tri-County Health, and so I'm going to reach out to them. They have this interesting program that some of you are probably more familiar with. That's an online free program for students, like to prevent them from being expelled. And so I'm thinking about reaching out to them to see if we can use it in the court, just because ISAE and NCTI charge $75 a class, and it's cost prohibitive for many of the families in our court. And it's really restrictive on parents because a lot of these kids are relying on their parents to drive them there. So I'm trying to expand the resources that we have available to us in Northglenn. And so that was my update on kind of resources available in the courtroom and what I'm trying to do.
So really quickly, I know Julie had something for item B. So do you want to jump in there?
Oh, I guess just a quick comment. I agree with you on the lobbyist. I'm not quite sure we need to be a part of it. We have Corey, who's fantastic, and who sits at our legislative committee, and he's always on. So I'm not really quite sure if we need to, I don't know what the monetary ask would be, but I'm not quite sure if we need that.
Right. And like I said, I'm not at the point where I'm asking for that, but I want to let you guys know kind of what's out there.
I think from my perspective, I think the overall theme of your presentation is finance. And so I think if you bring back with Tammy all of that information around budget, we'll have a better idea, because it seems like a good portion of these items are related to finance. Either, asking us to increase a fee or asking for money for items that you might need. I don't think any of us are saying no to anything. I just think the more information we have, the more informed we'll be to provide information back.
Okay.
So thank you.
You're welcome. And then when I was thinking about, I didn't put on the outline, is Julie and I met for coffee, and she had talked about how she thought it'd be helpful to do kind of educational pieces. And so I didn't know how, if we wanted the next study session, at my review, we had talked about doing quarterly study sessions. If we wanted to schedule in time for the educational piece, and then I don't know if it should be separate or combined with the financial and the budget piece.
I'm guessing that it probably should be separate.
Okay.
And since we've just asked for a new piece, maybe we do some that aren't quarterly to begin with. That if we can squeeze in something a little more frequent to put those two pieces together, but I think it's too much to put in one session.
I was going to say that I'd love for them to be in 2 separate sessions, just because I feel like there's a lot of this information that I'm still processing, and so having time to do that and ask questions, I think would be helpful. I also just wanted to say thank you for bringing these issues to us. I've been on council for 2 years, and I feel like this is one of the first conversations we've had around what changes we could make to our to our municipal court. And so I look forward to continuing it, and I just really want you to hear that I'm saying thank you, because it means a lot that you're here this evening.
Good, I'm glad. So do we schedule later?
We'll connect, yeah.
Okay.
We can walk through the sessions. I think we have a lunch scheduled after the first of the year. So I would suggest that the ordinance-related pieces probably needs to get teed up and come back to council sooner, because some of these fee changes require an ordinance change, and then we can plan out the quarterly sessions.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure what council needs is kind of a big picture information about the budget, more information about where the money goes, data from other jurisdictions about the conviction ceiling fee. We want more comprehensive data about that. Percentage of people that are actually being sentenced to unsupervised probation. And then information about like a total list of fees that can be assessed in municipal court. Did I miss anything? Oh, and then I'm gonna follow up, Heather and I are gonna follow up about seeing if we can change our online payment system and company, which makes me very happy, because I was under the impression there was nothing we could do about it, and so I'm happy to hear there is something we can do about it.
Okay. Just ask Heather.
We'll let you know.
She makes things happen.
All right, thank you all, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have
a good evening.
Okay, so we are moving into City Council Ward 1 vacancy interviews. Joanna, can you share the rating sheets with everyone?
Absolutely.
So this is, we got a lot of feedback about the process for Ward 4 when we did this similar process in the summer. So we're going to try something new. But I wanted to speak to it really quickly. First of all, I wanted to thank Joanna for finding these scoring sheets.
Thank you, Joanna.
I don't want people to worry about the lack of us taking too much time to say, what is a 5? What is a 1? What is a 3? If you figure that out, as far as what those criteria are for you, and you consistently give a 5 answer a 5 and a 1 answer a 1, then it doesn't matter if we all agree. So at the end of each one, Joanna will collect them and she'll begin to put them in a spreadsheet. And so at the end of tonight, we will have a beginning look at how they performed and how they scored. So I just appreciate giving us this
But
opportunity.
is this the finale? It's not the finale.
No, this is not at all.
Because I don't know that I'm ready to do that.
Nope, this is not that at all. It is really just giving us a starting point. It could be that we end up with, one person that's an outlier and gets high scores from everybody. And it could be that we have 5 people that are stuck in a tie.
Right.
It's not the finality, it is literally just a starting place and a process that we can use as a beginning point. Yeah.
I just want to say thanks for putting this together. This is very similar to the process that Councilmember Duran Mullica and I used when we were going through hiring a lobbyist, and so scoring them after their interviews, so this feels very natural. Thank you.
And I've used this in the past, but I just don't want us to commit to whatever is on here. And then I have actually a different question.
Yeah.
And so I don't know where that's going to fall in your scoring, but, so.
You have a different question,
Mhm.
meaning?
From what has been outlined.
So it looks like we have a set list of 10 questions. I
We
don't
do.
know that we're varying from that.
Yeah, we are, well, I asked Corey, and he told me that I could.
So do you want to share that with us now?
I can. But what my question is we've had an election just recently in November, and I would like to know why you didn't actually run for election in November, but you want to be appointed right now.
That's a great question. So is there one we want to replace, or do we all want to agree to add the 11th question? And then it'll be an 11-question survey for everyone. Or is there one that you want to take out and replace with Joyce's question? But I think we do need to agree on that before we get started.
I like the question. I think it should be asked. 'Cause, yeah.
No, I love it.
Great.
I just don't know.
I don't know which one to take out.
We could take out 7, because that's
Take
about
7?
improved
Yeah.
transportation.
Let's do that one.
Yeah, I think that makes sense too.
Okay.
Because we're, yeah.
Okay, so question 7 now is election in November. Why didn't you run?
Basically.
Yeah, no, I like it. So I think it would be helpful, since we're having this pre-plan, that let's just pre-plan who asks what. So Joyce will be number 7 every time. Does anyone else have a favorite?
Just give me a number.
Can we just go on a scroll maybe?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to forget what
Oh, I'm
number.
sorry.
Well, but Joyce is number 7, so it's not gonna work.
Whatever.
I mean,
I'll
we
do-
certainly, here, we'll start
I'll
that
do
way, I
number
guess.
1. You start with 1.
So you do number 1.
I'll be number 2 then.
I'll take 3.
Actually, can we switch? I'd like to start. Can I do number 1?
You can do number 1.
Okay, sorry.
So then how do we,
And then,
Then Julie can do,
and then you do number 2.
Okay, I'll do number 2.
Catherine, 3.
Catherine does
I
number
guess,
3.
yeah, I don't really care, but.
I'll do 4.
Actually, then I'll do 5,
Okay.
because there's more than enough anyway. Becky will do 6, and then Joyce will do 7. Ashley can do 8.
It's better, whatever we just did.
And then do you want to go back to you? You'll do
6 or 7.
9?
Sure.
Julie?
No, Joyce is
Okay.
7.
And then, actually, let's round out with you and I. So
I'll take
Jenny will
9.
do 9, and I'll do 10. Okay, so I will review that now that we have decided. So for each candidate, I'll do question 1. Julie will do question 2. Catherine will do question 3. Jenny will do question 4. I will do question 5. Becky will do question 6. Oh, she moved.
My computer died.
Oh, okay. Joyce will do question 7. Ashley will do question 8. Jenny will do 9. I will do 10. Fantastic. So we'll keep that going. Joyce, thank you for elevating that. I really like that. That's great.
Can I ask one more question before we get started? Are we
Yeah, yeah,
allowed
yeah.
to ask follow-up questions to
I say-
clarify or no?
I say no.
Okay, that's
We
okay.
can wait.
I'm good either way. I just want us to all be on the same page. It's fine.
Yeah, let's just do a straight up question and then move on to the next one. As soon
Jeff
as
is
you-
much nicer about that than Corey is. He's like, no.
Yeah, Corey's a mean guy.
Yeah.
Corey's a mean guy.
Well, and I think that's fair, because then we're not, some person's gonna get an additional opportunity to share something someone else doesn't. So I say we stick to the questions. As soon as you feel like they've stopped talking, ask the next one.
Got it.
And we'll try to not be here till midnight. We ready to rock?
Yep.
Do it. There are copies of the redacted applications in WebDocs online. If anybody needs or wants a copy of the unredacted application, which is basically just their contact information, I do
Okay.
have those copies down here.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go grab the first application.
Thanks, Joanna.
Minus 2.
I assume. We'll see. I'm sure everyone's here.
They're policing out there.
I'm gonna have to pick someone up.
And are we going in order, Heather? Alphabet.
Yes, we are.
It
In
is
order that they're on our
Order
thing?
on the agenda.
And then you'll have a chair as well. Hi, how you doing?
I am.
I know you.
You know me. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Jim, Becky, Brian.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Good to meet you. Okay, thanks for jumping in the hot seat. We're going to get started. Thank you for your patience as well tonight. We are each going to read a question. We're going to take previous notes while you speak, and then we'll move on to the next one, all the way through. We have 10 questions tonight. Okay, so I'm going to do the first one. Why are you interested in serving on city council?
Well, I served on city council in 2006 for 4 years. I served when, I think Joyce, were you on council at the time?
I was.
At the time, too, as well. So I've been in the city of Northglenn, in a sense, active within one way or the other since 1989. So, that's okay. Can you hear me okay though without it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I've been involved with the city since 1989 when I was hired on as a police officer.
I think the only issue with not using a microphone is not going to get captured on recording or.
Got it.
Sorry to interrupt
No,
twice.
thank you.
I was a police officer with the city of Northglenn for 16 years. Worked in various city departments. I worked with Jim May with the problem interdiction team that he was a part of at the time with the chief. We were involved in a lot of community problems. Our unit was involved with a lot of different departments of the city. So to solve a problem, we worked with everybody. We worked with everybody from the building department to code enforcement, anything to solve a problem. So that was our job, is problem solving. Most of the time, police departments didn't really do that. They just tried to solve it by tickets. We tried to solve things by any way we could figure out how to do it. And it didn't necessarily mean writing a ticket. I was also involved with Northglenn Builder Generation, so I had a high involvement with like the kids in the community and stuff like that. When I was a police officer, some stuff came to my attention from some council member that was on at the time. Well, not a council member. There was stuff going on in the city at the time. You guys are in a much better environment now than it was several years ago. Joyce has been through the ups and downs of budgets and things like that. At the time that I was on council, budgets were, it was bad. Layoffs, things like that took place. Now it's a much different environment than it was then. So I was on council for 4 years. I decided not to run again, at the time at the urging of my parents. My mother and council, as you know, can be kind of cutthroat. It's the best way that I can say it. My parents received death threats. They also got calls that I had killed myself, things like that. My mom's elderly. At the time, I was like, I'm not going to put her through this again. A lot of time has passed, though. Council has changed quite a bit since then. That's one of the reasons why I'm interested in doing it again. I'm curious and I'm excited to see because the environment of the council is so different and there's a budget. We were so stretched thin at the time and you don't have that. I would love to be on a council that actually is progressive, trying to get things done where we had to kind of stop things from getting done sometimes. And so it's a different environment. I hope that answers your question.
All right. I have the second question. In your view, what are the top challenges currently facing the city of Northglenn, and how do you feel the city should address these challenges?
I think you're dealing with a lot of stuff right now already. I don't see any hard challenges coming up. My only concern has been is that I think that the economy will turn eventually. We're riding on a very good economy right now, and it's helping the city. You've got new businesses coming in and a pretty good tax flow. I don't think that that's going to stay that way. I'm not sure how long that will be until that comes into effect where that happens, but I think you have to kind of plan ahead for that as best you can. You have things done that we wish we could have gotten done, like the rec center being built, the light rail coming in. And if anybody knows my voting record, I actually voted against that stuff. Okay, I was very, very against stuff, but the reason I was against stuff like the light rail, I'm gonna get on that thing the first day that it starts, okay? But we were against it because RTD wouldn't give us information at the time. You know, we were asking like, is it gonna be light rail, is it gonna be commuter rail? We couldn't get answers from them. So it's like, we need to know, because in my ward, Ward 1, the light rail goes right by all those homes in Fox Run, which is very bad for them if it's really loud. You know, it can decrease property values. Where I live now, I live on 110th Place. It'll be a boom for me and neighbors in that area because you're just far enough away from the noise, if it causes a lot of noise. But those things we dealt with. The rec centers need to see coming and happening. Redevelopment, you know, businesses. I think one of the toughest things that I'm seeing now with the city is the marketplace is going down. And that's something that, you know, you have to see. But to pay attention, though, I also see that we've won stuff like Texas Roadhouse. We pulled them from Thornton over to Northglenn. That was a big win, you know, for sales tax and stuff. I was like jumping up and down when I saw that happen. So things like that we have to be active with, you know, the development of businesses, encouraging businesses to come to the city, working with the developers to make sure that the mall is being revamped in some new way or something. You know, the mall was originally supposed to have a movie theater in it, which would have attracted businesses through it. That didn't happen. So it's kind of been stagnant, and slowly all those businesses are moving. Part of it's economic development for me.
Thank you.
Oh. I can't write fast. All right. What do you consider to be the city's most significant assets, strengths that make the community a desirable place to work, live, and play?
This might seem strange to you, but I always have considered the building department and Public Works some of the best departments in the city. And trash guys have been notoriously excellent in everything that they've done over the years. And that's actually an asset that you can call them and you can get something done. Our parks as well. You know, we have some very beautiful parks, and a lot of work has been done improving them. Like Larson Parks have been redone. The pools are being redone. The Kiwanis pools are being redone too. Those are great things to see. But I go back to what I saw when I was working for the city, and what departments of the city did excellent work, and trash guys, and those folks that doubled and did triple work for people. And that was during layoff time, so.
Hi there, I have the next question. What do you consider to be the most significant issues that threaten the ability of the city to sustain the assets or strengths that you referenced?
I kind of alluded to that in the question about like economic growth. You know, everything that the city finds on, mostly, other than water shares and rights that we get money from other things on, comes from sales tax. And the sales tax has to be strong in the city. Businesses have to be strong in the city. You don't pay for the police services without sales tax. You know, you can get grants for some things, but most of it comes from sales tax. It all falls back on making sure we have a good business environment in the city.
Okay, thank you. What is your vision for the future of Northglenn?
You know, my daughter grew up here. She's 20 now. I have a new daughter that's 5 months old. I want them to be able to be here as well too. You know, to be that this is an environment that they want to live in. You know, that a place that they want to grow up in. And I want to see that the city continues to go on. There's always so much talk about, you know, Northglenn getting absorbed by other cities. I don't see that happening. You know, that's not going to occur, not with the councils, and it shouldn't occur. And one of the things about being Northglenn is being Northglenn, not being somebody else, not being Thornton, not being Westminster.
Brett? No, I am, aren't I? The median age in our city is 33, which I am not, and our city is rapidly changing. What is your approach to attempting to meet the needs of all the residents in all the phases of their lives?
I didn't know that. That's actually a good number, because we were actually talking about that, a lot of us out in Mount Hall, is like the aging of the community, because, you know, Northglenn had been more of a senior community, and it is changing quite a bit. I think having things like the light rail, having things like the amenities of the rec center, having actually places for people to go to, the shop, that actually incorporate things that youth would actually want to use. There was efforts to change homes around, you know, change homes so they're actually better, you know, on the inside, or more modern. things like that. The demographics are going to continue to change and probably get younger as well too. I don't have a full answer for you though, because it's just something I think we need a lot of study.
I agree. Thank you. Mayor, I think we skipped over number 5, didn't we?
No, I read it.
You read it? Okay.
Joyce, you're up.
Well, I just want to know, I'm amazed that she's 20 years old. Because when you were serving on council, I mean, she was in grade school. You know, so that's amazing.
Yeah, Stephanie would go to Miss Baca and try to get candy from her all the time.
Right.
Yeah, I know, it's amazing.
But Jim, I'm just kind of curious. We had an election in November. Just wondering why you didn't put in your name to run for the seat.
That's a really good question, and I was thinking about doing so, but Ashley has been trying to get on council for a while. I followed you on Facebook, and I was like, she's actually really trying to get this position. And at the same time, the baby, the 5-month-old. So it was a little hard to try to maneuver if I wanted to run, but really, it came down to it. I'm watching her. I followed her on Facebook. I'm like, this is great. I love what I'm seeing. I didn't want to run against her. And it was timing, too. It fell back on timing as well. So,
thank you.
Sure.
All right, I've got the next one. We've observed an increase in people experiencing homelessness in our city. What do you believe is the cause of homelessness, and what should the city's role be in addressing the issue?
To me, the cause of homelessness is the legalization of marijuana. It has caused a ripple effect throughout the communities. I worked, as I posted, if you saw the application that I sent in, it's supposed to as a stay-at-home dad. My significant other made enough money right now for me to stay at home and take care of the baby. Before that, though, up until a couple months ago, I actually worked for a hospital and a security department. We deal with a lot of the mental health issues, mental health, drugs, and everything. And I've been doing that from the time I was on council. Okay, so it's been a long time. I've been working at the same job until I just recently left it. During that whole time, since when marijuana was legalized, we started to see an increase in the hospitals because it's a gateway drug. So it leads to something else, and usually it ends up with heroin. I'll have conversations with people in the hospital, and I'll ask them, what did you start off with? Well, 1 cigarettes. Okay, as Joyce would know, that's a gateway drug. Then marijuana, and then up. Well, we kind of cut out the cigarettes, and now people are jumping in our schools. So it's so big now that kids are seeing it with their parents. They start up when they're 10. They start up when they're 11, and it's just snowballing. And the effects are tripling. I went to an old neighborhood. I grew up in Inglewood, and I went to a neighborhood that I used to live in before I moved up here, when I moved up here in 2003. And you can't even walk down the paths anymore. Heroin needles all over the place. This is the trickle effect. We were the test case because Colorado legalized it first. And it's just been going up. Everywhere else it's legalized, you're going to start seeing the same thing happen. So unless you deal with the drug issue, you're not going to deal with the homeless issue. My father was the director of social service for the Salvation Army for many years. He's retired, but he still technically works for them. He just won't give it up. So I got to see that as a kid growing up, what homeless issues were. And a lot of them have to do with drugs. I hate to say it, now, used to be not as much. There's still a homeless issue, but now it's all over. And it's just going to get worse. It's being pushed off. Like, you guys get sales tax for it. Hospitals don't get money for that, and treating those patients that have those issues are being pushed back on Medicare. So it's being pushed back on the federal government to pay for those things. So it's not an easy answer, but we kind of caused it ourselves.
Thank you.
On the city council, every council member and the mayor each have 1 vote. Given that you only have 1 vote, how do you plan to lead in this role?
I'm not sure what you mean by the question. I mean, I vote based on what I read and what's presented to me. I'm definitely a person that's, the old saying is trust but verify. I know in the city that you have to rely on the city manager to do what you ask to be done. Okay? And then they direct the city staff to do what needs to be done. I'm very much on needing to make sure that things are being done as directed by the council. I've seen in the past, unfortunately, where things were not, and that's not just current staff. I want to make sure that that's clear with everybody. So my vote is like my vote. I want to make sure that I'm voting to my heart, but also legally of what is required of us. You know, we have, like if a thing came up with marijuana and that's the thing you have to vote on, I'm gonna vote by the law because the law says what I have to vote on. Personally, I think it's a horrible thing, okay? But I have to either abstain from the vote if I have to, if there's a religious conflict or something like that, or vote based on what the information that's given, like a liquor license or something like that. So I have to do the best that I can with the information that's provided to me. I hope that we have a time where, I'm a type though of person that I want to make sure that if I have an issue, like a proposal that I bring forward or, you know, a bill that I bring forward to council to have something voted on, I don't want to just push through to just get a certain number of people to get a vote through. I kind of like to have a consensus on things where maybe somebody wants something changed, okay? They want to see something different in the bill, or they would actually want to let it go through. I don't want it to be just like, I want to just get 4 votes and not worry about the other people. I like to have things where we all end up agreeing on it. And there's be times that that's not going to happen. But that's what I would hope for.
Great. All right, last question. How do you expect to be supported by City Council in this role?
Well, like I mentioned, I mean, most of the council directs the city manager to do things. I know the council from time to time will go to the city manager and say, hey, I've got this resident that complained about this. Can you look into it? That's the role that I would expect, you know. It's going to the city manager on stuff like that, or going as a council as a whole. But there are individual, you know, complaints that a resident brings up, like something with a building inspection that took place. You know, I don't direct city staff, you know, the city manager does. So it would be going later. My communication would be with the city manager if I had something. But that's fairly rare, you know, that comes up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for your time. That concludes our interview.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just set that right there.
Bye, Jim.
It's gonna roll. I got it, I'll watch it.
Yeah, yeah.
You didn't understand.
That's what I wrote down. I can pass these in, did you say? Can we pass these in?
We were having a conversation about question 10.
Oh,
I think the reason, and we probably can't get too much into this, but is because he's done this before. I think if it's a resident into it, they may.
But it was a clear question.
Yeah.
I know.
It just doesn't, you know.
Okay, you know, but I'm just kind of like.
Stand or sit.
Do you want us to put your hand in a circle?
I might do both, you never know.
So she can start, yeah.
Hard decision.
How's it going?
There's a microphone you can hold if you want to.
Oh, my voice booms enough sometimes,
As long as it
but,
moves into the mic.
hi, everybody.
Hello.
I didn't read it.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here so late. I appreciate everybody's hard work and the opportunity to interview.
Oh, no worries. We know we kept you waiting, so
That's
thank you
fine.
for your patience.
I have to tell you, I've never had an interview past 9 PM, and I've never had an interview standing up, so,
There you go.
you know, this is all new, you know.
Different. Fantastic. So we have 10 questions for you tonight. We are going to take turns asking you the questions, and then
Okay.
we're going to take furious notes. So if we're not making eye contact, it's just because we're trying to capture everything that you're saying.
That's fine.
So I'm going to get started.
Okay, great.
So the first one, why are you interested in serving on city council?
Sure. Well, a variety of reasons. First and foremost, I'm a Northglenn native, so to speak. I grew up here. I graduated from Northglenn High School in 1991. When I was growing up, I was raised by Danahy Park off of 104th and Huron and Naiad there. And so I want to serve on city council, and I put this in my letter to you in my questions, but I'm a fundamental believer in public service. And in all honesty, when I received the notification that there was this opening after your election, Madam Mayor, the opportunity to give back to the community that I was raised in and the community that I chose to live in is, quite frankly, the opportunity of a lifetime. And so I want to serve on city council. I have many skills, many experiences, many abilities, many ideas, but it's predicated on the idea of making something better than you found it. And it's predicated on the idea of what I've known and the opportunities that I've had growing up in Northglenn.
and not just Northglenn High School or, forever years ago. But I chose to live in Northglenn, not the North Metro area. I chose, right, to buy my home and live and reside in the community where I grew up. And it's that idea that this is a vibrant and dynamic, it's a town, not a suburb. And it's a place that has given me so much, and it's a place that I want to give back to through public service.
All right, I have your second question. In your view, what are the top challenges currently facing the city of Northglenn, and how do you feel the city should address these challenges?
Sure, and there's so many challenges, and with challenges come opportunities. I think first and foremost, and this isn't unique to time or place, but it's economic redevelopment. And one of those things too is that we've seen so many shifts and changes in the city over the past, 30 years, 10 years even, and so, Northglenn operates, we have, 39,000 residents, 1,000 businesses, and just over 7.5 miles of square miles of space. And so one of the things that we have, unlike Thornton and other places in the North Metro area, is that we're confined by geography in terms of our business development and the things that we can do. And yet, at the same time, when we see vacant lots and we see businesses that were thriving and then tax dollars, right, sales tax aren't coming in to fund our infrastructure and our staffing needs, it's something that's not just an economic issue, but it's a cultural issue, Councilwoman, in the sense that is how do we have a vibrant, engaging, growing community for businesses and for individuals and for families. The kind of place where businesses want to stay, the kind of places where businesses want to relocate to, and the kind of places where individuals and families can spend their tax dollars locally on the things and the foods and services and retail and mixed-use development that they engage in. So one of those things, so fundamental is business development. And with that is I'm really, really impressed in terms of just my research and living here of the Northglenn Urban Renewal Authority, the work that they've done to take the Albertsons into the new Huron Center, the things that they've done. And so we've seen opportunities moving forward. We've seen the public and private partnerships that can happen with the redevelopment of the Northglenn Town Center. And when I was a kid, that was the Northglenn Mall. And that grew second to the new mall, right, in Westminster off Sheridan. And then we've seen the Northglenn Town Center fall on some hard times as well. And we saw really, really good things. When the city took eminent domain, did some work in there, brought in the anchor stores. And again, Bennigan's and Borders have been casualties of, larger issues in the economy. But the development of the Harkins Theater, the new businesses that are going to correspond with that, ongoing business development. And that's not completely that businesses can do what they want without oversight and council and planning and zoning. But bringing in businesses and jobs and opportunities and ongoing development to Northglenn, I think, is everybody's job. Fundamentally, what's based on that, Councilwoman, is that I don't believe that we can ever let this community grow stagnant. And business development is crucial in that. And so I think that's the most pressing thing. However, for me too, personally, there's so many other values in terms of making sure this remains a town and a sense of community, knowing our culture, our values, engagement with individuals, good government, but predicated on that is making sure that we have sales tax income, revenues, and jobs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, what do you consider to be the city's most significant assets or strengths that make the community a desirable place to live, work, and play?
Sure. The easy answer to that is its people and its history. And part of that is the people. Many of the residents that live in Northglenn have lived here since its incorporation in 1969. Again, myself, and I may be the exception, but although I grew up here, I chose to live within the city limits of Northglenn because I know this community. The people that live here, not necessarily that they stay here, but they have an attachment to it, and very much as a town as opposed to a development. And so there's good people, there's good families. Fundamental assets of the community by far are our traditions, our values, and our people. Now, how that plays out on a grander level are the things that our traditions, our families, and our people do. Mm-hmm. You have innovation. You have a sense of civic mindedness amongst the people, and you have a sense also of the people in this town including myself and including you, have committed ourselves to not, again, letting the city grow dormant and making sure that it's vital and making sure that it's vibrant and making sure that it has the infrastructure and the jobs, whether that be the Harkins Theater or the new rec center, that we are looking forward into the next 50 years of Northglenn's history. Beyond that, in terms of pragmatic resources and development, we have a great opportunity, and I wrote about this a little bit too, to let existing businesses and new businesses know about the business retention and expansion efforts that we provide here, and I think that's second to none in the metro area. And you know this far better than I do, but on the most surface level, the incentives for the electronic billboard for our communities, helping businesses with their external facades, right, to keep the look of an engaging community going. The capital construction grants, the microloans. These are resources that are phenomenal, and I think, I know our businesses are familiar with them. I'm not sure our residents are as familiar with the opportunities they have that their government and the good work that's doing for them as well. So the combination of what we're offering to people, businesses, and our history are our greatest assets. Thank you.
Hi, Randall. I've got the next question.
Hello.
What do you consider to be the most significant issues that threaten the ability of the city to sustain the assets or strengths that you've referenced?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Shrinking tax base, external competition in the North Metro area, and I don't see this as a negative or a challenge. I see this equally, Councilwoman, as an opportunity. But one of the things is that strong businesses create strong communities, and strong communities are created by strong schools. And one of the fundamental values I have, I'm a high school history teacher and have been for 16 years of my life. I practiced law for a few years and went back to teaching. But one of the things, it's not an obstacle, but it's an opportunity to really make sure that graduates of Adams 12, which again is a different entire government structure, of course we know, but that the students and the kids and the families that are graduating from Adams 12 schools are both college and career ready, and that there's this symbiotic relationship. And again, we're a town amongst the greater metro area, as we know, but what opportunities are here for our graduates? What opportunities are here for our businesses? And that's not just a storefront. That's engaging young people to see the opportunities to be a part of a community. That's engaging young people to meet the mayor and the city attorney and city council and have those internship opportunities and civic engagement, Civic 101, to understand the resources of local government. So I think that's one of the fundamental challenges. I mean, pragmatically, competition with other metro areas that have larger geographic space, a shrinking tax base, even though we have the 4% Northglenn sales tax, but creating those internal opportunities in our limited geographic area, being active and promote that. So that's something though that's changed. That's not an insurmountable obstacle. That's changed over the past 5-10 years in terms of just being aware of the problems that we've had and the issues that we're working economically to be proactive in facing those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, question 5. What is your vision for the future of Northglenn?
Sure. It's if you take a look 50 years, who could imagine? But it's predicated on a few things, right? It's predicated on a few grand ideas. Sustainability, diversity, and community. We can have new businesses, we can have new jobs, but people live here because they have attachments to E.B. Raines Park, or what they'd say is Webster Lake, right? They have attachments to Northglenn High School. They have attachments to the Leroy neighborhood where they grew up, and the towns and the communities and the neighbors. So my vision, regardless of what council does and the city planners do, with, for example, the 2023 strategic plan on the 8 various topics, That's very, very important, but if you take a look at the 50-year vision, we have to be a community that retains the feeling of a community. We have to have a place to where we have our trails, we have our parks, we have our infrastructure that works, we have our tax dollars ongoing being spent smart and wisely and frugally. For example, and you know this, but in the recent budget of $120 million, there's not a new tax increase. In the Harkins development, that was the public-private partnership that worked to bring that in, that was done without any new taxes. And so our citizens rightfully ask and demand for us to be fiscally responsible and to engage to make sure that the services they demand are commensurate with the tax value that represents that. That's the struggle and the vision for all communities. But as a vision, right, regardless of whatever the policy is, regardless of whatever the value is, and you've heard some of mine, right, community and diversity and engagement, we have to ensure that we're providing cut-rate services that are efficient, that are pragmatic, and that are supported by a reciprocal rate of taxation that is fair to our constituents, that they're getting what they pay for, and that it's not government service, but it's customer service, right, that they're getting in terms of transparency, productivity, and excellence in their local government.
Hi.
Hello.
The median age in the city is 33.
Yeah.
And the city's rapidly changing. What is your approach to attempting to meet all the needs of all the residents, regardless of their phase of life?
Fantastic question, and I'm just going to take a little note here, but all of that is under the larger enveloped under the larger issue, Councilwoman of Housing. And so, first and foremost, the housing plans in terms of what we're doing with zoning and working with developers, housing needs to be contingent on being responsible to citizens at every stage of their life, whether that be, the young couple or the young person who's single, or the starter family, or people who are aging, and this is the home that they raised, right, their children or sometimes grandchildren in, as empty nesters. So the fundamental issue that I want to talk about related to that is housing. As you indicated, the median age is 33, and you know that 1 out of 4 Northglenn residents are under the age of 25, right? And so we have a very, very young population, and at the same time, we have people who have lived here and so much of their lives that are looking at skyrocketing property values, high property taxes commensurate with that, and finding the needs and the abilities, what do they need to do to stay in their home in later years and things like that. So, in terms of policy that works for people of all citizens and all ages, one of the things I think I bring to the table is personally, I've actually represented those demographics in being a kid here and being a young man here and being an older man here, of seeing what those needs are and as our incomes and professional life change. So I would see the role of council being something that's very sensitive to that, is as we zone with housing specifically, that we do not make one type of housing for one type of demographic for one type of income. This is an extraordinarily diverse community, socioeconomically, racially, professionally, in so many ways, and housing needs to be done to represent, as I said, all stages of life, but it goes beyond housing. One of the things in the citizen survey of last year, one of the things that stood out to me was that many young people felt that, or many families felt as well, that there weren't enough opportunities to connect young people with engagement of some sort. And that's not necessarily a rec center, right? And that's not necessarily a rec center. That's being involved in youth leagues and athletics and programs. I mean, for example, one of the things that I think is just phenomenal is piggybacking with your relationship with Adams 12 is the winter break festivities that Northglenn is sponsoring for $40 or $50 for the trampoline center to go, was it an indoor climbing, facility and things like that. Ways of, and not, ways of just getting young people to engage in life, right? And we see that in the catalog right, that comes out every month. We see the water classes. We see the, things, exercises I've never heard of. But we also see things for seniors, which is so very important. And I think of my grandparents that lived their entire life in a small community in Iowa. But things that engage and bring communities together, programs that we do, not just for youth and not just for families, but for every Pirate Fest, we have a senior book club. For every Noel Northglenn, we make sure that folks from all walks of life are invited and engaged and participate. And this goes as well to the various committees with so many vacancies right now in the city. I think it's crucial to have demographic diversity on so many of our committees. And there's so many opportunities for citizens to get involved. And that could include targeted outreach by myself or all of us as council and town manager and the like, in terms of, how can we have a higher representation of elder people on our civic committees? How can we have a higher representation of young people or people of color to bring in our diverse perspectives and to truly make our city look like the city that it is?
I think you answered that very well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm probably very long too, if not fair to my other folks outside, but thank you.
My turn. Thank you for applying. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. But I'm kind of curious. We had an election in November,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm wondering why you didn't choose to run for election.
Yeah, that's a great question. Variety of reasons. First of all, it's I am fundamentally believe in government and good government, especially at the local level, and yet I don't consider myself entirely political. And of course, we have our beliefs and we have our party beliefs and representations and stuff. I knew there was an open seat, and I love the idea of government. I love the idea of public service. I have not yet developed a taste for the political side of it. And that doesn't mean by any means, Councilwoman, that I'm not unaware, I'm unaware or naive about this is the real deal and this is politics, and you can't please everybody, and every decision that you make is a difficult one. But it was something that it never, the idea of running, and I've worked in politics and government many times, the idea of running myself has just never been something that's lit my fire. And you guys have done this obviously because you've been elected better than I have, but I've always maybe had a thing to where I'm not sure how I would raise money and ask friends for money. And maybe they're not friends, but people who believe in what you do and that type of thing. It was always something, and what's funny, I've done this for other people and other candidates. I've just never decided to put myself in that ring. And I was starting a new job in the fall and some other things, but the idea of government service is a fire. It's a passion for me. The idea of directly running a campaign with my name on it hasn't been. And maybe that'll change in 2 years if the work, if I'm lucky to be appointed and the work that I'm doing is making a difference. But related to that, I'd like to say something else too. One of the things that the mayor asked me, I think in the first question, was why do I want to serve on city council? The citizens of Ward 1 haven't had with the mayor's appointment an opportunity to see, right, their second candidate and have that person's platform presented to them for approval or disapproval. And so I think it is absolutely incumbent on whoever is chosen for this position. And I hope that I do have this, and I want you to know that I have this, but is fundamentally connected with the idea that the voice and the representation that whoever this appointment is has to be of a voice bigger than themselves. It has to be of the folks that didn't have the opportunity to elect this candidate directly. And so that's something that I fundamentally am conscious of and aware of. Is, again, we all have our beliefs, we have our opinions, we have our values, but one of the things that I will bring to the table is I don't bring an agenda beyond good government, beyond trying to make a difference from Northglenn, especially considering the unique sense of this. I'm keenly aware that my voice needs to be their voice. And obviously you act, on counsel and on research and on discussion and the things that you need to do. But in the back of my mind, this is a seat that needs to be in the larger democratic process, a voice for the residents of Ward 1 as opposed to any ideological viewpoint I might have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm next. We've observed an increase in people experiencing homelessness in our city. What do you believe is the cause of homelessness, and what should the city's role be in addressing this issue?
The cause is easy. Can we just pause it there and I'll answer that one? The solution, not so much. The cause is stagnant wages, and it's not related to Northglenn. It's related to Adams County, Denver, Colorado, and the United States of America. The causes are stagnant wages, high prices of housing, out of control prices of housing, and economic insecurity, and the fact that so many families, working families, current Northglenn families, families in my neighborhood, families I know, families I've worked with in the schools that I've served, without being cliche, are literally one paycheck, one healthcare scare, one tragedy, one tax bill, right? One situation away from situations that they might not have seen themselves as. This is a perfect storm, Councilwoman. This is a confluence of larger macroeconomic factors that our society has failed to deal with. How it's dealt with it has been piecemeal and insufficient. So how do we deal with this? The most honest thing I can say is I don't have a magic bullet for this right now. But let me start with a few things. One of the things that we as a council need to do is coordinate with Adams County, providing human services, to make sure that we can steer our constituents and our residents to the social services and programs that exist in our community that are doing the right thing for people and might be able to give people a resource, a hand, or an insight on how they can sustain themselves, at least in the short term. I fundamentally believe that this requires a study and task force council with regional, local, and even national, but this is more of it's a national problem, but it requires a local solution. And so we need to work with Adams County. We need to have a task force that studies this. And we need to take a look at our residents to see, like, there's homelessness and then there's home insecurity, right? At what point are our constituents and our residents, again, one paycheck away? And what can we do proactively to bolster that social safety net in coordination with services that already exist in the county, and examine the funds that might be necessary to do this? By the way, this also requires a partnership with business and communities. This is a problem that is not a problem for an elected official or a resident or a business. This is a problem that affects all of us and requires a solution from all of us. And yet it would be foolish to say, here's the solution. I don't have it, but I want to have a better one. And I want to take a look at those things that allow us to be proactive in working to prevent this. I think it's really a human rights issue in so many ways too. But to prevent this from growing and being aware that this is a real situation amongst our midst.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I have the next question. You're almost through it. On the city council, every council member and the mayor each have one vote. Given that you only have one vote, how do you plan to lead in your role?
How do I plan to what? I'm sorry?
Lead.
Lead?
Yes.
Well, first of all, there's interesting question, because I want to recalibrate and define the difference between obstinance and leadership. And one of the things is, so many times when, whether it be elected or appointed people, that they want to make a mark, they want to make the news, they want to make a headline, they want to get their name in the paper. And that's obstinance, right? And that's not what I'm about. I want to work with council, again, representing my study, my knowledge, my constituents in Ward 1, but I want to work to provide solutions. I want to work with council as opposed to against council. Leadership requires dignity, honesty, conviction, and passion. And if I am speaking on an issue, if I'm one of 8, and I can count and I know the votes, but a person lives by their reputation, by their acts, and by their actions. And I've been in so many situations, of course, smart people and good people disagree on so many things, but I will operate predicated on assume good intent. I will model that in my leadership. I will be convincing in my arguments. I will be principled in my values. And whether my vote is 7-1, right, in the minority, or I'm with the majority, it is my goal to have my fellow council members, but more than that, my citizens, not my citizens, that sounds Machiavellian, my constituents, excuse me. But the bottom line is when I speak, I want people to realize that whether you agree or disagree with me, that it's a voice of principle. And the principle is one that's based on knowing the needs of Ward 1 constituents, knowing what's best for the long-term vision of Northglenn, as you asked me a few questions ago, and knowing that I care deeply about this community and will do right in every one of my votes, even if it's wrong in the numbers and the count.
All right, final question. So how do you expect to be supported by the city council in this role?
It's interesting because it's a professional courtesy. I never really thought of it, Madam Mayor, as an expectation. I know that the council has worked with the city manager to speed up and to intensify the onboarding process for many newly elected city council members. Certainly I will participate in that if happen to be selected at, I forget the exact date, but I'll be an active participant in that. I think being human in the sense that, let me ask a question. Where do we go to find this information? Right? It's not asking for how should I vote on this. It's asking about where can I get the best information to make the best decisions for my constituents of Ward 1? Have you been faced with a similar issue? Who do we know on the Business Engagement and Retention Committee? Who do we know on who's the chairperson of the Urban Renewal Authority in Northglenn? Who's our contact with the North Metro Chamber of Commerce and the Denver Regional Council of Governments? And what kind of grants are available, and how do we go through applying for those grants for homeowner assistance, for business assistance? Knowing where the resources are, knowing where you've been before, even if we are diametrically opposed on an issue. That's like I said, Madam Mayor, that's not an expectation really. It's kind of frosting on the cake. It's bonus, and I look at that as simply a professional courtesy, and even as a newbie and a first-time member of council, that would be a professional courtesy I would give to everyone as well. And so I will say this related to that though too, is one of the things I bring to the table, all of us bring to the table, but I bring as well is I have an absolute thirst for learning, knowledge, and using that to apply to make government work. And I'm not a policy wonk, but I've played one sometimes on TV, I think. Diving in and learning an issue and seeing how these things work, the machinations of government, how it works on paper, but beyond that, how it works to my neighbor and to his zoning and to the partition and to his or her shed and to the new business that's coming in. Those are the things that I'll ask for guidance and support, but that's one of the passions that I want to bring to this seat is knowing our city, sharing those issues with our city, and making our city work for the future of Northglenn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you made it all the way through 10 questions.
Well, the question is, have you guys made it? I know you, I appreciate you really, I know I appreciate the opportunity to interview, and I know it's a late night for you, so.
We have. It was very nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now it's really hot in here.
You were turning around like you were going somewhere with them. Of course.
Yeah, it's definitely not cold in here.
I really don't like it.
No, it's not.
Too hot.
All right. Well, in that case.
That's not hot.
Go ahead. I don't think Jim had it.
What happened?
Teasing. Is this one brand new? Look. Oh,
Oh, it's just not been opened till this is
What is happening here?
Yeah, that's right.
Holy cow.
I know.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, welcome.
Doing well tonight.
I don't think so.
So we're going to get started. We have 10 questions for you. We are going to take turns asking them, and then we're going to, take notes feverishly while you're speaking. So I have the first question, and I'm going to ask you right before you start to state your name, and then answer, why are you interested in serving on city council?
All right, my name is Catherine Sanders. I've lived in Northglenn for 8 years. Prior to that, I was raised in Thornton, just 2 miles away from where I live now. My parents still live in that home. I remember when Northglenn was the big name on the printed maps, and Thornton was the little name on the printed maps. I'm interested in this position. I think I always like to get involved in whatever community I'm in. When we got our house 8 years ago, we love it and we never planned to move. Partially because that's always the highest tension periods in our marriage is when we are moving anywhere. So never again. But we love our home. We love our yard. I've come to value things about where we live that I couldn't have imagined when we were getting the house 8 years ago. But like I was saying, we like to become involved in whatever communities we're in. We've been involved in our church. I'm involved in, and I say we, me and my husband, I should say. I've been involved in my church as a faith formation teacher, in widows outreach ministry. I've been involved in the Ladies Auxiliary, which is an organization through the church as well. I was recording secretary on that a couple years ago. Professionally, I'm involved in the RTD Citizens Advisory Committee. That's something else that I like to be involved in, as well as transportation management groups. And so this was a next step. When I saw the call for applications, this is something I had thought about going and running for a couple years. I have a 2-year-old at home, so that keeps you busy and away from being able to do anything too methodically. So I thought that I would put my name in and see if this is the first step to getting involved in this community that I live in.
All right, I have your second question. In your view, what are the top challenges currently facing the city of Northglenn, and how do you feel the city should address these challenges?
I believe I wrote in my questionnaire that the biggest issues were economic development and transportation. I have to say the last week even I've more specifically, something that I see is traffic being bad, and especially safety, I'd say, as something I'm really concerned about.
I, this morning, had to pull over for someone that was tailgating me through my own neighborhood, wanting to go well beyond the speed limit. I've seen kids almost get hit several times. Many near accidents. Everyone's talking about, having to wait at lights with their car. I worry about the people that don't have a car around them as well, the kids that are walking down the street. When we are working in our front yard or in our garage, we let our kids go and bike in the street. And I like to be out in the yard, but there's nothing about me standing in my yard that could protect them. And I wonder, is this going to be something that I have to regret one day? Or one of my kids going to get hit on the street that I live, tucked back as it is? So I'd say that's something that has really been pulling on me, even this last week, is the safety of just going down the road. Transportation is something that I am professionally involved in. I advocate for mass transit, for carpooling, for walking, for biking, for people to commute in other ways than just driving themselves to work, for people to get to school in other ways than just chauffeuring their only child back and forth, for trying to connect people into carpooling and things like that. So that's always going to be something that I see a lot of importance in. I see a lot of value in getting the commuter rail running, and hope to see that in the next year. We'll see. And then I have a background in urban planning, and so I look around and see development and see how things are built. And I have a keen appreciation for how the built environment is going to impact our lives. And it's a big decision what we decide to build. It has a lot of consequences, and that's something I have a lot of appreciation for. And it's very slow, so it's exciting to see stuff built and to actually be able to make the decision to put something in the earth. Professionally, where I operate is in the programmatic realm, where we have the world as it is built right now, for good or for bad. And my job is to help people use whatever's out there as far as education and encouragement. I've seen people's lives change just by connecting into a carpool, by learning about how RTD can get them to work and being able to drop a vehicle from their family, that burden. So I guess that's a roundabout answer of what I see as the most important issues facing our community.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have the next question. What do you consider to be the city's most significant assets and strengths that make the community a desirable place to live, work, and play?
I think our houses are amazing. I think the quality of the homes that were built here in Northglenn cannot be replicated today. People do not appreciate the structure that we have in these homes. They're small, but they are built so much better than any of the new housing, that's very underappreciated, and I think will be seen as people do updates and things like that to their home. It's nice to also have more affordable housing within the vicinity of where we live. They're very large lots as well. I think that is a very amazing part of what we have in Northglenn as an asset.
Great, thank you for the answer. The next question is, what do you consider to be the most significant issues that threaten the ability of the city to sustain the assets or strengths that you referenced?
Thinking about the housing as an asset, what is the greatest detriment to that, I think, is the perception of them being old. And it's something that I think you can change as far as an image. But I'd say, when we tell people where we live, people who live outside of Northglenn, they don't appreciate what I have until they come into my home and they can see it for themselves. I think that people's perception of having small homes that you're going to outgrow one day, that's probably the vulnerability that comes with the asset that we have in the housing.
Okay. What is your vision for the future of Northglenn?
It is a place where I can grow with my family, that I can connect with neighbors and stay connected even if they move away, as we've had a few neighbors do. It's a place where people can live through their older age, can live in their homes and stay there. That means that our programs are going to need to evolve and expand and help people with the education and the child rearing side of things, all the way to the staying connected at the senior center and through those sorts of programs that help them to stay in their homes. I'd like to see a place where people can walk down the road to get where they need to go, where they feel like they are safe, where they want to pass time, something that they want to do, is just be out in the street with each other. When we were first evaluating where we were, when we moved back from Michigan, where I got my grad degree, in the heart of the recession, and we were living with my parents in Thornton, and we would take bike rides around the area. And something I loved about Northglenn, and that changed my perspective on even home ownership, because I never thought that I'd want to own a home, was the fact that people were out in their front yards and they were waving. I like the fact that we have these kind of smaller front yards that you can actually see people and make eye contact with them. And that's the kind of community I hope that we'll preserve here, is one that we can be connected with neighbors. And I think that's hard in today's culture, where everything is tuned in via the internet to these unseen networks, unseen social networks. I want to see this city be able to maintain like a face-to-face connection and relationships that kind of spider web over the whole thing. I might not know the person across from Washington from me, but I'll know those in my immediate area and the people that share my backyard fence line. So it's not like the, that's my vision. That's what I hope to see.
Hi.
Hello.
The median age in the city is 30, and our city is rapidly changing. What would be your approach to attempting to meet the needs of all the residents, regardless of their phase of life?
I liked this summer, there was an initiative that the City of Northglenn staff pushed about having, block parties and opportunities to get people out, especially neighbors. We have neighbors who are like us with young families, and we have neighbors that have lived in their homes their entire, like since the buildings were built, which is incredible. I think that getting people face to face is going to be the most effective and certainly cost-effective ways of helping to see what our community needs and hear it from people face to face, and then letting other people connect and be the needs, fill the needs of each other. If someone is going in for surgery, knowing that's going to happen and that we can shovel their walk while they're out. If someone is going through a hard time, being able to help them with groceries or with food or whatever else. I think that connecting us, did it again. Connecting each other is going to be the best way of trying to evolve. It kind of surprises me that I'm like older than the median age now. Oh my gosh.
That was the published median age when I moved here, so it's been around there for a while.
Yes, we're holding strong or something.
We were under 30 when we moved in here.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Catherine, I'm just kind of curious. We had an election in November, and I'm just wondering why you didn't run for election.
I was not in the best place to do the preparation to be ready to do that. This year's been like an interesting growth for me personally. You know me kind of through work and everything, and that's been unaffected, but that's a very lame answer. I'm sorry, I feel so nervous. I haven't really left behind my awe of elected officials, and so I'm quite nervous today. But that's a good question. It's something I'd been kind of thinking about doing for the next round, which would be a couple years from now. So, sorry for the lame answer.
No, that's all right. Thank you.
I'm next. We've observed an increase in people experiencing homelessness in our city. What do you believe is the cause of homelessness, and what should the city's role be in addressing the issue?
Ooh, I am not as informed as I would like to be on homelessness. I have to say, we need to treat people with dignity no matter what. I know it's really difficult trying to balance treating people with dignity with the human safety element of that you hear from like police. When I lived in Ann Arbor, we had a lot of homeless problems, and there it was quite difficult because the winters were much worse than here. So people were freezing to death without any homes. The causes of homelessness, I think, are varied. Everything from just very poor luck that happens to people that could happen to someone like me very easily, all the way to people who may have mental illness impairing their choices and decision making. I know of a lot of really good programs that are trying to be out there and help people, to give them food, to give them the shelter if they want it. I don't know what the city's role ought to be. I would need to get a lot more information on that. I know I want to give food to people personally who are hungry. I don't understand all of the complexities of the issue. So that would be something I'd look forward to learning more about from people who know more than me.
All right, next question. On the city council, every council member and the mayor each have one vote. Given that you only have one vote, how do you plan to lead in this role?
To lead with my vote, to lead as a city council member, I would say leading by learning on behalf of the people that I represent about the issues that our city is facing, learning from, I would hope, all of you, and being able to seek, productive compromises where we can find them. If this is something that you choose to appoint me into, which that's a very big decision, especially we spent 2 hours out there getting to know each other. I think we all have a keen appreciation for what a big decision this is going to be for you all. I've never held public office. I know quite a lot about my little world and transportation. I know quite a lot about changing diapers and getting my kids to school. I know that there's a lot that I need to learn, and I certainly would need to learn about the structure and how all of this works rhythmically and how it operates. I would need to be open to learning more, and that's something that excites me about this. That's why I want to do it, because I want to learn more. I want to get involved in all of what is going on in my community.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, last question. So in this role, how would you expect to be supported by the city council?
I hope in honesty, in sharing experiences. So I would be the novice among you, for sure. I would hope that I could be mentored a little bit into starting to flourish. I don't have much more else to say there.
Okay.
So.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. It was so nice to meet you.
It was wonderful. Thank you guys for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking around.
Heather, knowing that we have 8 applicants and 10 questions, this probably should have been a standalone evening. This is a hard thing to do after a full. Are we going to run out of time?
No. You're in a study session, you can go all night long.
All right.
All night long.
Well, here we go.
You can just go right to the breakfast.
Joyce is like, we'll put on a little bit of lipstick.
I know, it's hours anymore.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
So Mayor and Council, Kathy.
Oh, yeah, I do.
So this is Nicholas Trostel, so I want to make sure that you're on the.
Nicholas
Poor guy.
This is an early night.
Hello.
Hello.
Definitely.
Hello. What happened?
Hello.
We lost her.
We lost Julie.
We lost Julie. All right, well, she'll be back. We're gonna go ahead and jump in. So,
Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for staying and waiting and your patience. We really appreciate it. We know that was a
Absolutely.
lot. So we have 10 questions for you, and
Okay.
we each have a specific question we're gonna ask, and then we're gonna take notes, and then
Go
you'll
from
be
there.
done. So,
All right.
yeah, thank you so much.
Cool.
So I'm going to start with the first question, but before you answer, if you could very clearly state your name and then jump right in, that'd be great.
Okay.
So, why are you interested in serving on city council?
My name is Nicholas Trostel, and I'm interested in serving on city council to, use my expertise that I've learned in my career to serve the community and that I've lived in for just over 16 years, and work towards making the city a better place and being a voice of the people and being a better part of the community, a steward of the community. And
Are you good? All right.
Yeah.
I have your second question.
Okay.
If you're ready. All right. In your view, what are the top challenges currently facing the city of Northglenn, and how do you feel the city should address these challenges?
I think challenges that the city are facing are kind of around growth. I think over the last probably 10 years, the growth in the city has been very immense. With the economy growing, it's kind of grown right with it. But I think some of the, businesses and commerce in the city has kind of fallen behind the growth of the surrounding cities, namely the Northglenn Marketplace and, the Irma Business District. I think getting those businesses, the boost that they need, the reorganization that they need, and the structure they need will be beneficial to the city. I think the police force has been doing a great job keeping the city safe, so I don't think, that's a big challenge for everybody. I know I've lived in the town for a long time, and I've definitely feel safe here. I think bringing in new business, new commerce, and those types of things to grow those aging markets is going to be a good focus for Northglenn.
Thank you.
Okay, I have the next one. What do you consider to be the city's most significant assets or strengths that make the community a desirable place to live, work, and play?
The most desirable strengths and assets of the city, I think, are, it's not an asset yet, but the new recreation center and community center will be really helpful. Our recreation center is kind of aging, so that'll be a nice thing to have. And I know a lot of residents go to nearby recreation centers, so keeping everybody here in the town will be really cool. The parks, I really love the parks, and the whole Tree City USA aspect. I'm kind of obsessed with trees, so if the more trees we can have in the city, and it's always a great thing. And our parks are have mature landscaping, so like the EB Rains Park and the other parks are beautiful to walk around and enjoy with the kids and things. So I think those are really strong assets and a prideful part of the city, as well as the safe aspect of it. You don't really think twice about leaving your car unlocked sometimes. I know that accidents happen, obviously, but I think it's definitely a safe little city surrounded by larger cities and crazier things. That's it.
Great, thank you. What do you consider to be the most significant issues that threaten the ability of the city to sustain the assets or strengths that you referenced?
So I think some of the biggest constraints with the city growing are, finding ways to welcome newcomers into the business or into the city. The Northglenn Marketplace, it's probably not the greatest design. Everything's spread out, and it's not the trendy marketplace that a lot of people like. And I know that was a huge asset of the city a decade ago. And, I think just bringing in business, welcoming new restaurants and businesses and anything in that aspect, that will be a really helpful way to grow the community, increase property values, and make it somewhere people want to live and stay their entire lives.
What is your vision for the future of Northglenn?
My vision for the city of Northglenn is, I think, to continue to grow with, the culture that's kind of been cultivating over the last probably 5 years, with the food truck carnival and the pirate festival and some of those kind of things that are happening within the community are, I think, a lot of fun and kind of puts us on the map, so to speak. I don't think, when you leave the exact city of Northglenn and you tell people where you live, I think a lot of people have no idea where it's at. So, those big draws to the community are really important. And my vision for the city would be to kind of continue to cultivate that culture of, we're a diverse city and we like to have fun and lots of green trees in the summer and parks that are welcoming and welcoming to the community and the kids. And and like I said, with growing commerce, I think the street of Irma could be kind of a new community of other cities that are growing in that aspect, where you have different restaurants and places for people to hang out and spend time, walk up and down, and basically spend their day instead of going to nearby municipalities to spend their money and time and things like that. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. The median age in our city is 33, and the city's rapidly changing to incorporate that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. What would your approach be to attempting to meet all the needs of all of our residents, regardless of stage of life?
That's a great median age. It's my age.
Your age? Kind of thought so.
Mine too.
Mine too, Jeff.
Yeah.
I think the growing the community will be really helpful once we have our new community center and recreation center, senior center, to address people in the middle to later parts of their lives. The park system is, I think, really great. It's really safe. They're kept really clean, and I think that's kind of a big draw for a lot of people, to be able to have some various parks that they can walk to with their kids and they feel safe. I think that's a big factor. You can sit at the picnic table and let your kids go down the slides and spend the day. So I think being a steward to the community and people of all ages, it's kind of just paying attention and doing studies and surveys and things like that to find out what people are really finding important in certain stages of their lives, and looking what nearby communities are doing, catering to those needs and wants in ways of providing different services and products to those people.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
My turn.
Yes.
Thank you for applying.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I'm kind of curious. We had an election in November, just a few months ago. I'm just wondering why you didn't run for election then.
Kind of intimidated, I guess. The whole election process and the outlay of capital of buying signs and things like that. And it's been something that's been in the back of my mind for a long time. And then when the brochure came in the mail, I was like, this is something that I find pretty cool, and I would kind of like to apply for and try for. So I guess that's.
Thank you. It's okay.
Yeah.
I want to say it's the best
It's
answer.
all right.
I was like, I don't know what it is.
Honest. Get it?
It's a scary thing to do.
It is.
Yeah, you're putting your neck out
definitely
there and stuff.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay, we've observed an increase in people experiencing homelessness in our city. What do you believe is the cause of homelessness, and what should the city's role be in addressing this issue?
You know, I think there's probably two different causes that are leading people to homelessness. It's, you know, circumstance would be, maybe, I don't know if that's a larger portion of it, and then maybe the other would be drug and alcohol abuse. So circumstance could be, you know, somebody in your family would be a breadwinner and something happens to them, you know, something tragic or something, and, you know, if you were someone that was being supported by the breadwinner, then, you know, buying a house or paying for a house and or an apartment or something like that might be more of a struggle for you. So you know, that I think that's part of one of the problems that, you know, that leads to homelessness. The other obviously being the traditional drug or alcohol abuse, you know, putting those things ahead of your priorities, your family, and your bills and things, obligations. So I think addressing those are, you know, finding ways to educate the, you know, from the drug and alcohol side of things, keeping education and support systems ever present, you know, AA options and those types of solutions I think are important. Letting people know that there are support groups and things like that for them when they are struggling. As far as the other side of the spectrum, people that, you know, might undergo a unfortunate circumstance of some sort, that find themselves in a homeless situation, you know, finding some way that, you know, either ways through affordable housing or support programs. Again, obviously, you know, I know a lot of people in modern times, you go to the internet or go to, you know, like group funding or stuff, you know, to get them through tough times. So, I mean, that's not obviously an obligation of the city to for crowdfundings, but any way that they could help them through temporary housing or, you know, things like that, affordable housing options within the city for those people. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
All right, I've got your next question. On the city council, every council member and the mayor each have one vote. Given that you only have one vote, how do you plan to lead in this role?
One vote. I mean, I think listening to the opinions of other councilmen and the mayor to see how they tie to my own beliefs and perceptions, I think is really important to making an educated vote and, you know, one that reflects your best perception of what the community could be and should be. And, you know, sticking true to your beliefs and things like that and your perceptions of what the best part of the community. And, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, final question. So how do you expect to be supported by the city council in this role?
I think being supported by the city council in this role would be being as objective as possible and in every one of my decisions and opinions, and, you know, having the ultimate goal of finding what's best for the community, what's best for the city of Northglenn. You know, try to find ways to always, you know, come to an agreement with members of the council and the mayor to, you know, obviously, you know, the greater good is the goal of it for everything. So if there's a way that, you know, we can combine our resources and, you know, wisdom and knowledge of our past to, I guess, to make the best decision for everyone, I think that would be the ultimate goal, and that's how I would use my one vote to, you know, sway things for the better good. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, you made it all the way.
Sweet. Well, have a great night, and thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
It was nice meeting you guys.
You too.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I have a note for my work so I don't have to take my 5:45 call?
Yeah.
so
Oh my
hot.
God, it's so hot.
YouTube interviews this.
How you
Good
doing?
evening.
Hi, how are
Hi.
you?
Excellent.
Excellent, thank you so much for waiting. We really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for enduring the long council meeting.
Yeah, waiting, interviewing at 10:15 just prepares you for late council meeting. So thank you again for being here. We have 10 questions for you tonight, and we have set aside a question that we're each going to read specifically, so we're just going to move through those, and we're going to take notes as you're speaking. And so I'm going to take the first question, and before you begin your answer, if you could just clearly identify yourself, that would be great. So, why are you interested in serving on city council?
My name is Don Valero, and the reason I'm applying for this position is I work for another neighboring jurisdiction. I've been with them for about 33 years. So over the years, I've met a lot of council people, and they've always, when you talk to them, why are you doing this? They all say, got to do something for my community. Well, I've served that community for 33 years, and I've reached pretty much the pinnacle of where I want to be in that regard. I live in Northglenn. I really haven't been involved in Northglenn, so now it's time to give something back to the place where I live. So that's why I'm here.
All right, I have your second question. In your view, what are the top challenges currently facing the city of Northglenn, and how do you feel the city should address these challenges?
Trying to remember back from the application, it talked about issues, so I'm going to try to separate challenges from issues here. I think some of the challenges that I see with Northglenn is, A, how do you get people to move here? What attracts them to here? What brings businesses to our city? And then how do we keep them here once we get here? My wife is a long time, when she was born, she came home to Northglenn, and she's been here ever since. Her family's been here. Her mother, father lives here, her sister lives here, her aunt lives here. And that camaraderie, that family that Northglenn is for them, we've kind of lost that. So how do we bring that back and get people here? How would I address that? Well, I need to know where we're going in the first place. I think part of that would be research with the city managers, research with each of you, talk about what your visions are, what you have done in the past. Some of you have been on the council for some time. I would use that as a resource and then develop my ideas from that point forward, using all that information I've gained.
Thank you.
I can't write that. Okay. I have the next question. What do you consider to be the city's most significant assets and strengths that make the community a desirable place to live, work, and play?
I think this might seem like the cop-out answer, but really I think it's about the people, because people are the image of the city. They're the first ones generally we see, whether it be the police officer on the street, the permit clerk that they come in and they have to talk to about how to get a fence up or whatever. I think those are the people that make the difference. But then what I transfer that over to strength is, how does the executive team work with the council? You all have vision, council has vision, and you expect the executive team to accomplish that. Well, I think we have an executive team in Northglenn that works well together now. I think they're on the same page. So I think those two things tie so closely together that it's very important. I think Northglenn's accomplished that.
Okay, next question. What do you consider to be the most significant issues that threaten the ability of the city to sustain the assets or strengths that you referenced?
I think number one is probably for most cities is, how do we stabilize our economic foundation? How do we keep the business we're at? How do we pay the bills, essentially? We can't pay those good people to be here and to stay here without benefits and pay. We can't pay for the streets to be cleared after snowstorms. We can't do any of that without the economic base. So I think that's number one. Number two would be, how do we address what I call quality of life issues, whether they be the amenities we offer with parks and recreation, things like that. How do we deal with the image? A typical example of that would be the new Civic Center complex. How's that going to improve the image of Northglenn? How's that going to make people proud to live here? This court and the police department that just opened recently. I mean, that's a shining beacon. You come down 112th, you can't miss that icon of Northglenn right now. It's what people look for, and it shows professionalism. It shows what we have a drive to make this a better place to live. And the vision is there, the future is there. So I think we're accomplishing that now.
Great. That ties to my question. So what is your vision for the future of Northglenn?
My vision for Northglenn sounds a little corny, but I think Northglenn can be a pearl. I think it can be a pearl in the Denver metro area. I think it can show that we're forward-thinking, we're driven by what our community wants, and we can do that with the programs. How do we keep people here? How do people talk about Northglenn when we're out talking to their families who live in Westminster or Thornton, the big boys on the block, let's say, and how do we make us better than that? What's our image so we can improve that?
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So the median age in the city is 33, and our city's rapidly changing. What's your approach to attempting to meet the needs of all residents regardless of life stage?
Well, 33 tells me a few things. Number one, it's a median age, which is fairly young. We have, that tells me younger families starting up, young children, so that would deal with schools, recreation, et cetera, like that. But it also tells me that in today's world, we have a changing environment. You can look at the restaurants, we'll call those. You have Uber Eats, you have Grubhub, you have all these places that are now, restaurants are actually having to change their philosophy because they don't have the sit-down people. They have a lot of delivery out. So I think we have to focus on that, but then we also have the kids, so we have to deal with recreation. I think we've done that with the new recreation center. But I noticed in the council agenda tonight, you guys were talking about how do we engage the community. Well, you do that all ages, all cultures, all diversity. You have to cover the entire gamut, but how do you do that? You meet with senior citizens at the senior center. You have kids at the recreation center. You talk about them. We already do the youth commission in Northglenn. So you utilize all of those tools that you already have in place to help spread the word and pick the communication style that's best for that group. You may have the elderly population or senior population that may not have computers and stuff, but they still get their newspaper.
Thank you.
My turn. I want to thank you, first of all, for waiting for us and also for applying, for the position.
Thank you, my privilege.
I'm wondering, though, we had an election in November, and I was just wondering why you didn't run for election.
Being on council has been on my radar for a number of years, but I also have a full-time job in another jurisdiction, and I could never, how do I say, balance the time commitment that council requires with my shift work, when I'm working and stuff, and the days off. So that was difficult for me. And in November, I still had that mindset. So when I got the little card in the mail, it kind of perked something. So I did some research. I talked to my city staff, my boss, and this is the time commitment. This is what I'm looking at doing. Am I going to have impact with our city, my city, where I work? And the total agreement was that was not going to be an issue. Kind of freed up my mind. I'm able to do it. Now I can be committed, know that I can be at the meetings. I can serve on other boards, and it's much easier for me knowing that happens. So in November, I didn't have that reinforcement, so I just chose, don't throw your hat in the ring if you can't do it. So
Thank you very much.
All right, I've got your next one. We've observed an increase in people experiencing homelessness in the city. What do you believe is the cause of homelessness, and what should the city's role be in addressing this issue?
Wow, that's the $1 million question. I guess the easy answer would be you could say it's the legalization of marijuana. It's people coming to the state of Colorado, unskilled labor. I think it's a lot of things. I think it's the rise in housing that has affected that. I think part of it is drug and alcohol, substance abuse issues, mental health issues. And even most recently I was talking to somebody and they actually told me about the working homeless. I've never heard that term before, but it's people who have chosen or cannot afford homes, so they're living in their cars and they're working good jobs. One one of the examples was, there's an electrician, he's a journeyman electrician, he makes like $40 an hour, he could easily live someplace, but he chooses to live in his car because he'd much rather spend his money on things, that enjoyment of life, instead of giving it to somebody $2,000, $3,000 for a rent or a housing thing. So I think all of that includes, how does the city deal with it? I think you deal with it individually. There's a number of programs out there, but you have to see why those people are out there. I think the surveys, homeless surveys, the point in time counts, and finding out really why our homeless are where they're at. And then work backwards from that and see if we can resolve some of those things, because some of them aren't resolvable. You know, somebody that chooses to be homeless, you can make every effort to do that, but they choose to be homeless. So.
Thank you. All right, another question for me over here. On the city council, every council member and the mayor each have one vote. Given that you only have one vote, how do you plan to lead in this role?
I think depending on the issue, you have your ideas, you have your thoughts, you have your beliefs. Some of them are passionate. You may be passionate about things, but I think really what it is about the interchange between yourself, other members of the council, what their thoughts and processes are, what your constituents want. Get out there and find out really what they want. And then base that, you voice your opinion, you decide collectively what's best for the city, and you move forward from there.
All right, last question. So how do you expect to be supported by the city council in this role?
I think the biggest support that I would ask is for each of you to impart on me what you know about the city, what has happened in the past. Same thing I would ask from the city manager or any of the department heads. What are the issues that you've been presented in the past? How did we deal with those? How do we move forward from here? I think that historical portion of it is very important, so you don't repeat your same errors over and over again.
Thank you very much. So it was a pleasure to meet you. We have come to the end of your interview. I hope you have a great night.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for staying, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak to you.
Hey, thank you.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
No. So did we skip Nick Trostel?
No, he was here.
Fred.
Oh, you were
Fred.
gone.
We
skipped
Fred, thank you. I was like, who did we skip?
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh, okay, great,
So
perfect.
we have one more person.
Two more, my friends. So we're on Nicholas Walker.
Who is this?
And
Oh. Okay. I know. Oh, that's right, there's two Nicholases. I was getting late.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Excellent.
Good.
Thank you for waiting. So those names at the end of the alphabet are having to spend the most time in our lobby, so.
It was like that in school, and you get used to it.
Right? So
So-
thank you for your patience.
My pleasure. I'm glad to be here.
So we have 10 questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through them. We've each been assigned our questions. We're going to take notes while you answer, and then we'll get to the end. So I have the first question, and before you begin, if you could just state your name and then answer the question. So why are you interested in serving on city council?
All right. My name is Nicholas Walker, and I'm interested in serving on City Council for Northglenn just to be a voice for the constituents of the city and to serve my community further than the volunteer activities I'm doing now. And I feel like this is the best avenue and to be the most productive.
Great. I have your second question. In your view, what are the top challenges currently facing the city of Northglenn? And how do you feel the city should address these challenges?
So I feel very, very passionately about one issue in particular. We'll address a few others, but also the police presence and patrols. I believe, I feel like I see about 18 Thornton cops for every one officer I see in Northglenn. Granted, that's relative to the size of our cities, but I don't see very many active patrols out there. The response to call times, even mine or my neighbors, is, I feel, just a little bit subpar. And so I think just with some more active patrolling, I think it will reduce crime. Having some of the Ring cameras and some of the neighbors do at home, I see a lot of the crimes that go unreported. And so I know that there's a lot more going on that there is, and I think if there's just a little bit more presence out in the community, I think that would be helpful. I also think a better voice for the constituents, some people on city council that vote a little bit more how the city is and how the county is, having some kind of opposing voices on it, I think would be good. And not that it would sway the vote much, but it might be good to have a a devil's advocate.
Thank you.
Alrighty. What do you consider to be the city's most significant assets or strengths that make the community a desirable place to live, work, and play?
I am a very fond believer and heavy user of the Access Northglenn app. And I've been a city resident of cities that are much larger that have nothing near that. But the response time, even the response I've gotten from things such as city lights being out, which I found is not a city responsibility. The city went above and beyond for me and even called Excel for me and got the light repaired. And so I've been a heavy user of it, whether it's for graffiti. Usually that gets removed within a week. And so I believe it's an underutilized asset. When I ask the neighbors if they use it, no one really knows. And so even though it's in the newsletters and everything, I wish we'd get the word out there because you guys do such a great job with it and administering it. And after that Noel Northglenn thing too, I have to say that was also a joy, especially the indoor snowball fight. So thank you guys for that.
All right, next question. What do you consider to be the most significant issues that threaten the ability of the city to sustain the assets and strengths that you referenced?
I believe just lack of communication to the citizens. I believe them not being involved in everything, especially here with this council. I think it could be a detriment to us. So I think getting out to speak with the people more. I know the city is making an attempt to hold more events in every ward of the city, to use the block party trailer more, and I think that's something we'll need to continue to do. But just to keep the community involved is very important, and I think that's something that we need to address going forward.
Thank you.
Okay. What is your vision for the future of Northglenn?
My vision for the city of Northglenn is to obviously continue to play on our strengths, such as the app and the great community center, or the great community activities that we have going on, but also to attract new and young families, and also to attract new businesses, also while recognizing some of our older businesses like the KFC, and being more involved with them, just to see, even on a quarterly basis, if there's anything we can do. So I think that more involvement, or things such like as a new resident packet to help them get acquainted with all the things that they have available to them, is the kind of vision I have, and to continue to grow and, like I said, attract young families and young professionals too.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Ms. Brown. How are you?
Holding on there?
Absolutely. You guys have been here longer than me, so.
Just a little bit. So the median age in our city is 33, and the city's rapidly changing, to accommodate. But how would you wait? I went down to transportation. I am so sorry. I think I hit a wall. What is your attempt? Thank you.
You got this, Becky.
What is your approach to attempting to meet the needs of all of our residents, regardless of life stage?
Absolutely. And so myself being under the median age, obviously I would have some different priorities, but since I would speak for the constituents, and especially in my area, I'm probably the youngest person on my block. So having to meet their needs, not only with mine, like I put in my application here, that having new parks and things like bocce ball are important for the future, but also having walking space or exercise facilities in our park for older residents is also very important. So I think a good mix of both, instead of just open spaces, is things. It'd be approaches like that to meet it. I mean, use the space well for both ages, to attract and also retain.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for hanging in there. I know it's late.
You bet.
I'm kind of curious, though. We had an election in November. I was just wondering why you didn't run for election.
Well, I regrettably, I wish I did because with only one person running, and now I've got 8 or 7 other opponents. It sure, I wish I would have ran. I'd have to say it was after this last election, especially the Prop CC, that's what got me off the seat of me sitting and complaining and wanting to do something. And that's really what got me here. It was kind of the final straw. I've been pretty involved with the volunteer activities and knowing what goes on in the city, but I said, this is the time, instead of complaining to the TV, it's time to come here and stand and do something. And so it's, I shoulda, woulda, couldas. I wish I would have done it, but that's why I'm here now. So even though there's quite a bit of competition.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right, I've got your next one. We've observed an increase in people experiencing homelessness in our city. What do you believe is the cause of homelessness, and what should the city's role be in addressing the issue?
I mean, I believe the homelessness issue is not obviously a Northglenn one. Due to the last or given the last city survey, cost of living is a important issue for people. I think it's the city is not very livable, but I think that it's facing the entire state. But I think good use, I think planned areas of mixed use for families, for not just single occupancy, but multiple families and high density. I mean, I think that needs to be part of plans for when new development goes in there. If we're going to grant someone to build here, we need to also make sure that they have something going in for low-income housing, or just for people who need that. So I think instead of just to continue to build new and brand new shiny apartments, we also need to have ones that are set aside for low income, and there needs to be a specific ratio to help try and address that and not just sustain the status quo, because it is a problem. It's a problem in Denver too. But it's something we all have to address.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right, Nicholas, back over here.
Yes, ma'am.
On the city council, every council member and the mayor each have 1 vote. Given that you'll only have 1 vote, how do you plan to lead in this role?
I hope to be, obviously, I've stated my opposition to how the council voted in the last one, so I hope to at least be, like I said, a devil's advocate, to present interesting concepts from not only from my constituents, but from my past experience too. And you never know, my vote may end up being changed by your guys' leadership and your presentation of it too. But knowing that I come in speaking for the people that I represent, that's, so I plan to be a leader in that respect, but your guys' leadership may end up changing my vote depending on how the rest of the city is feeling too. And so I also look forward to, I know you guys spend more than just Monday nights in here with all the councils and the appointments that you guys are on. I know this is not a Monday night only deal, so. Yeah.
It's true, yes. Okay. So, final question. We made it all the way through. So, how do you expect to be supported by the city council in this role?
I expect to be supported to be treated as an equal member, to have my fair time to speak, to present my opinions, to be weighed just the same as anybody else's, have the issues affecting my ward of the city be equally weighted as everybody else's. It's, I expect hopefully some kind of a mentoring if I were selected to help me be familiar with how to introduce things, to not be timid, to get started right off the bat and not waste my time on the council being timid of not knowing how to exactly do something. So I think just having that support, whether it be from one person or from everyone, would be very vital, and hopefully wouldn't take up any more of your time though.
Okay.
So.
Great, thank you.
It was my pleasure. Thank you guys for having me.
Nice to meet you.
It was my pleasure.
Good evening.
You too. Thank you.
No, I
My brain is just like, it hurts. It's just being right here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
Oh, wait.
You don't. That was my job. I was a Paderewski, so it was my job, the end of the alphabet.
Hello.
Howdy.
Thank you for being here.
Hey, it's
So, your last name comes at the end of the alphabet.
it does.
And so here you are at such a late hour. So thank you so much for waiting and being patient.
No worries. We had a lovely conversation over there.
That's what we heard. That's fantastic. Should we wait for Joyce or should we jump in? I think she might just be a quick minute.
Jump in, yeah.
Let's
She
just jump in.
All right, we're gonna jump in.
Yeah.
We'll give her our
So, again, thank you for waiting, thank you for being here, thank you for applying. We have 10 questions for you, and we're gonna hop around and each ask our specific questions.
Sure.
And then we're gonna take notes. So if we're not making eye contact, just because we're trying to capture all your thoughts, and we'll get right through it. So I have the first question. We'd like you to introduce yourself before you answer. And the first one is, why are you interested in serving on city council?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, my name's Alexander Winkler. Everybody calls me Skinny. It's just a nickname that I picked up. I was a touring musician, and musicians give each other nicknames when they're in bands and whatnot. It stuck, and so I even named my, company Skinny's Sound and Staging Productions, SSS Productions, and it's a branding thing, and so I've always kind of stuck with it. People tend to remember a silly nickname, and then even when I served at the State House, I kept it, and it's I've run for office before and always insisted that Skinny be on because nobody knows who the heck Alex is. It's but they do know who Skinny is. So that's me, a local businessman, lovely wife, 3 kids, happy family man, want to stay here in Northglenn, love it. Why would I like to serve in the position? Well, I've shown interest in the position in the past. I've run for the position before, and in fact, Meredith, I think you won at that time, and Ashley, you were running as well. I was on that ballot as well. So I think in the last 3 elections, us 3 are the only ones who have actually run for the position. So I was really super excited to see 8 people interested. Sorry it turns into a longer night for you guys, but it's actually nice to see people stepping up, because a lot of times it's difficult, and it's a shame, I think, that people don't step up. But having said that, why do I? Because I do step up. I started my own business. I'm sort of just if there's a problem, I like to solve it. And I don't like to sit idly by and just watch problems. I want to solve them. And so that's what you do when you see a niche in the market. You go to fill that niche as an entrepreneur and a businessman. That's what I've done. And I see the same thing with government. I've always been involved, interested in government and politics. I think it's interesting just talking about how we should design our society and our town and our government. That's always been interesting to me. People seem to complain about it a lot, but they don't really have good input. Everyone loves to complain about it, but they don't really have the patience to talk about how it should be, and with any sort of specificity or accuracy. And I'm really interested in that. I've been doing it for years and years and years. I'm the political guy that my friends have dinner at their house and get into long political discussions, and it's more fun with me, whereas everyone else kind of gets, takes things personally and all of that. But we just hours and hours and hours long conversations about political stuff without being combative and having nasty conversations. It never turns nasty. To me, it's just interesting. Lots of asking questions. It's long-winded, but sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
All right, I have your second question. In your view, what are the top challenges currently facing the city of Northglenn, and how do you feel the city should address these challenges?
I mean, the top challenge is obviously just to not maintain the growth, but how to deal with the growth. Obviously, housing costs are a big challenge all around Metro Denver. Of course, Denver and Colorado has been super hot as far as, real estate and people moving to this area. I heard that Zillow last year, something like that, maybe 2 years ago, this was the top zip code, was in Northglenn search. That's pretty amazing. And of course, all of our housing prices, if you own, have gone up, and that's lovely when you own, and it's not if you're renting. But how do we control that? Not control it, because I don't know that it can be controlled, but how can you make sure that it's done responsibly, make sure that we have the right policies in place, make sure that that we don't make any grave mistakes to zone things incorrectly, or the things that we can't control as a government, how to do things responsibly, and keep our city in good shape, because correct me if I'm wrong, but Northglenn's kind of one of the least expensive places around Metro Denver compared to a lot of others. Not the least at all. We're not like bottom of the barrel or anything like that. But when you are that place, that hot destination where people can afford a house still, and it's still affordable, a lot of people will try to come here. And if it's one of the lesser expensive places to live, you can go in two ways. These houses can get much more expensive, and then people complain that it's too expensive. But when it is the least expensive, people get there, and we have to be careful that you don't go the wrong way as well, and end up being where all of the least expensive your real estate is, and you can have some challenges with that as well. So.
Thank you.
Alrighty, the next question is, what do you consider to be the city's most significant assets and strengths that make the community a desirable place to live, work, and play?
Well, I can think of when I moved here, which was, I've lived in the area for a long time. I've lived here since 1998. I went to school at CU Boulder. And the most desirable compared to the rest of the other cities, or just in the other metro cities, or gosh, compared to whatever. What are our best assets? I think it is affordability with regards to and proximity to, we're in a Metro Denver, obviously, and Colorado itself is just wonderful, right? And Life magazine called it the perfectly designed city, right? When it was built. I wish we had a downtown. I wish we had a cute little downtown, but I don't know if that's in the cards. But they're lovely. It's lovely neighborhoods. It's suburbia, which people can kind of take a swipe at, but I don't. I love it, and it's where people can have a home, afford a home, and build that sort of American dream, which I feel I'm literally doing. I feel very comfortable about it, and when people kind of take a swipe at suburbia, I say, why is it so darn popular then? So what do we have to offer? Or what's the question again? I want to make sure that I answered it directly.
What do you consider to be the city's most significant strengths and that make the community a desirable place to live, work, and play? I'm getting tired.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a lovely part of. I just can include it in this whole Metro Denver area. I think Metro Denver is all wonderful, and it's hard to say what Northglenn is, specifically better than Lakewood, for instance, or specifically better than Thornton. I don't look at it as, I don't want to pit us against these other places. I think we fit well into that entire metro area, and so I could sing Denver's praises and say that we fit right into there, or Colorado's praises, that as well. Does that make sense? I don't know.
All right, next question over here. What do you consider to be the most significant issues that threaten the ability of the city to sustain the assets or strengths that you referenced?
The biggest issues, obviously, it's maintaining that growth and to go in that negative direction. If we, and I don't know, I've asked several, or some of you council members, how do we, and Carol Dodge, I asked, she's not on the council anymore, but I've had discussions with council members on how do we, not go in the wrong direction and become a less desirable place because we're not either zoning properly. I'm not sure how we control that, controlling the growth appropriately, because just like any place, a lot of things are going up. We're taking places and we're gentrifying them or having urban renewal in some of the less desirable places of the past and making them much, much more desirable. But, of course, that can go the other direction. And we don't want to go in the other direction. We don't want to, be the magnet for the only affordable housing. And so therefore, you can get some undesirables with regards to that. And so how do you prevent that is the big question. That's, I think, the big challenge.
Thank you.
And that's a very long, you have to take a long view with regards to that. That's not just a simple zoning or, that's not a simple issue.
Okay. What is your vision for the future of Northglenn?
Oh, it seems like the same question for the third time. The vision?
What is your vision?
My vision? Well, I see things happening. I mean, happiness, rainbows, I don't know. I see things happening, and I see some good things happening. I think if I'm not wrong, the population is swaying younger. We're getting some younger. Or perhaps I'm one part of that, right? Moving into these neighborhoods. I'm seeing the population, the kids returning, the children. At least that's what, when I talk to my neighbors, they say, yeah, it's lovely because we moved in with, we've got 3 kids now. And as I talk to more and more neighbors, they say there are more kids now that are coming in. So that's what I see. And with that, people rehabbing these homes that have, were lovely. They've been built 1960s, right, or early 60s, sometimes late 50s, and hadn't gone through much, but they're being rehabbed now by people reinvigorating these neighborhoods, and obviously that's a good thing. Well-built houses, these little brick ranches, they're great bones. But what's my vision for? I mean, gosh, my vision is to be a productive and wonderful place to be in that larger sort of greater Denver area and Colorado area, and how we fit in with our neighbors, Thornton, Westminster, and Federal Heights and whatnot.
Hi, Skinny, it's my turn. How are
Hi,
you
Becky.
tonight? The median age in the city is 33, and our city is rapidly changing. What would be your approach in attempting to meet the needs of all residents regardless of stage of life? So how are you going to meet the needs of our millennials and our senior citizens and our in-between?
Again, it kind of seems like the same question over, like, how would I meet the needs? I mean, obviously, when we're talking about city services, and we talk about something like the new rec center, you take all of these things into account. Activities that are going to be popular amongst an older population and younger population, and how do you implement technology in that kind of design? It's a matter of reaching out and understanding that all of these communities exist and taking them into account when we look at a design, let's say, for the new rec center, and what programs we need. I mean, how it almost seems. How do we account for all the people? You do just that. You account for all the people. You try to make sure you're not missing them, and you listen to the people. sort of a question that answers itself, I think.
Perfect,
You
thank
do
you.
it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
How do you do it? How do you account for all the people? You make sure you account for all the people and not forget them. And if someone says, hey, they're being neglected, you try to listen with an open ear and take them into account in the future. And I'm not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's my turn.
Howdy.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, I've got a question for you. We had an election in November, and I was just wondering why you didn't run for election.
Well, I've been a little involved. I had run in the past. It's been interesting. I've run for several positions, and unsuccessfely. But I decided to take a break. Is the quick answer.
Okay.
Dominic Moreno, Senator Dominic Moreno, told me that half of, he said 80% of politics is timing and waiting on opportunities to, present themselves and whatnot, and always keeping your ear to the ground. And I didn't really feel like it was an opportunity at the time, but then I just read about it and I said, hey, I don't want to get spiritual or anything and say that it was a calling. Oh, look at this, I was called. But when I saw the opportunity, I said, okay, maybe it's a second look. It's not for a lack of wanting to serve. I mean, goodness, I've wanted to serve in whatever capacity I possibly can. I got the absolutely ridiculously unlikely opportunity to serve in the state legislature, and that was, quite an experience. I learned a lot. And I really caught the bug, and so I want to serve. I want to, grab whatever opportunity I can, and I really do enjoy it. Just, representing and hopefully representing well and describing to people. Like I said, people like to complain, but then to explain with all of the patience in the world that we're all in this together, and we make decisions, and this is our system, and try to explain patiently to people in the right language to sort of hopefully make them feel better about their representatives. I suppose I really have a passion for that. And so why didn't I run? I was trying to take a break, but man, the opportunity came up and said, no breaks for me. Let's try this.
Thank you.
All right, I'm next. We've observed an increase in homelessness, people experiencing homelessness in our city. What do you believe is the cause of homelessness, and what should the city's role be in this issue?
Cause of homelessness is not having a home. And what's the cause? I don't know. I don't know what the cause is. Obviously, if it's home affordability, that plays a major role. And what does the city have to do with it? I'm not really all for, subsidizing housing and giving away housing for free, because if the government's going to pay for someone's housing, I want them to start with mine, right? I mean, right? I'm kind of tired of paying that mortgage. Everyone wants. So I don't really know what the city's role is. I don't want anyone to be homeless. I would like for. I would be open to anyone's suggestions on what to do. And if it's just a matter of, hey, let's dump a ton of money into, giving people homes for free, I think it has to be a whole lot more nuanced than that. I try to pay attention to, this issue in the entire metro area, and I don't hear a whole lot of great ideas. A lot of people, I read articles on, tiny home villages in Oregon and different places that try these different things, and I'm open to any of these things. What can the city of Northglenn do? I'd be open to suggestions. If there's different shelters that need some support from the city, we can talk about that, and we can talk about what that costs and what the city's going to put in to it, and you know, whether it's reasonable, whether it's safe for, you know, whatever neighborhoods and whatnot. There's a lot of issues that go into it, and I'm incredibly analytical. I don't want to just say, you know, that's good, or listen to all of the issues surrounding it and try to make the best decision. That's all we can do. But what can we do about it as a city? Depends on what our role is. I think, again, you look for opportunities to work with organizations like shelters, churches, organizations that really want to help, and how do we support them in the best way we can without just sort of dropping too much coin, if that makes sense. And being irresponsible in that way, because I think it would just be irresponsible to just say, oh, as much money, whatever, and write a blank check. It's not really.
Thank you. All right, back over here for your next question. On the city council, every council member and the mayor each have one vote. Given that you only have one vote, how do you plan to lead in this role?
How do I plan to lead
Yes.
in the role? Well, I think it's more of a team atmosphere. I suppose you have a leader in that we've got the mayor and she's got the gavel there, but it's a team atmosphere. And if you have an idea that's not being communicated, or if you've got constituents that have ideas that they've told you and the rest of the board or the rest of the council isn't taking that into account, then it's being a leader to share those ideas and make sure that those ideas are represented. So I think that we're all leaders, and so anytime anyone's communicating well with their fellow council members, they are being leaders. And anytime anyone's sharing or learning from each other, we're all being leaders when you're doing the sharing. And then we're also being leaders when we're doing the learning. I mean, so it's a team atmosphere, I think. If that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, last one. How do you expect to be supported by the city council in this role?
Well, there'd be a lot to learn. And so I would have lots of questions. And so I would hope that if you choose me, then you would have the patience with me. And so if I ask questions, you would be patient in answering them and helping me or whomever you choose to learn and catch up and get up to speed, and you know, offering any advice to study up on X, Y, and Z. That's the kind of support I would want from the council. Again, it goes back to that team atmosphere. Yeah, and I would just patience, and I would want the council to be open to my ideas as well, and sort of accepting to my ideas, and you know, allow my sort of the things that I can bring to the table that I can add to that maybe the council doesn't have right now. You know, it's some of my ideological beliefs, the economic experience I have with regards to my studies at University of Colorado, my business experience, and my jovial, optimistic, you know, attitude. I hope I can bring that, and I hope that would be welcome as well by the council.
Okay, thank you. We made it to the end.
Yay.
Almost ready.
We all did. Yes.
We all did. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and actually, I have a question. What you guys just announced? Do you have a date that you announce who you selected?
I think we're working
we
on
know?
it January 6th.
That's correct. Right now, council is scheduled to make the appointment for Ward 1 council member on January 6th.
And make the announcement.
The appointment.
The appointment.
Yeah, so that would be a formal council action that evening in terms of, I think, I don't want to speak for the mayor or council, but I think that's part of next steps tonight or another evening to figure out when council will notify the applicants.
All right, lovely. Well, and that's one of the council meetings. That's on Monday, correct?
The January 6th
Yes.
meeting? Yes, correct.
Okay, so the person wouldn't necessarily be expected to, because we wouldn't know beforehand to be at that meeting or something like that. Does that make sense?
I think in the past, we have let candidates know of this meeting.
Yeah.
That invited them to be available.
Of course.
And then if a candidate is not available, the city clerk's office would let mayor and council know. That way, because we'll need to schedule an actual swearing in of that individual.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You want to give me?
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
Are these subject to open records?
Yeah, I think we have redacted versions without any personal information in them, so they would be generally.
Oh, no.
Our comments.
Oh, your comments. I thought you were pointing to the applications. It's probably going to be considered work product, so it actually wouldn't be.
Wouldn't be or would be?
Would not be.
Okay, thanks. I might have had to read your mind.
Yeah, and material that you prepare.
I was nice.
So that was a question I had, was about, because we don't meet again until the 6th.
Correct.
So, I know Joanna was compiling kind of that just initial glance. What I wondered is, I don't know, I guess what council wants to do, because I think we're in a timeline that's pretty tight.
Would you like me to remind council of the timeline?
Yeah, that'd be great.
So January 8th is the deadline to make the appointment to fill the Ward 1 vacancy, which is why we're on this aggressive schedule. So we put that appointment on the January 6th meeting for that reason. Now, council could certainly schedule a special meeting in advance of the January 6th meeting, in advance of the January 8th meeting, if you needed additional deliberation time, additional, it's just the holidays cross over, so it makes it a little bit trickier, but certainly we could talk about that tonight. But right now, based on past council direction, where we're at today, we went ahead and scheduled the appointment to be made on January 6th.
So can you clarify for me, appointment and swearing in, is that the same thing? Or
Typically,
appointment
it is.
Selection? No?
Well,
Okay.
I mean, it really
You could swear at
depends.
you could swear at the same time as appointment, but they're not the same action, so.
Right.
Yeah, you'd make your decision, you'd approve somebody, appoint them, and then they'd be sworn in typically upon appointment.
Okay. So, I mean, really, to Skinny's point, is that the last time we did that, it was kind of awkward because candidates were just told, make yourself available, there's no heads up if you're even on the short list. Like, it was just sort of, kind of weird, so.
So I'm wondering, since we use the rubric, and you've kind of got an idea as it is anyway, you know, instead of just telling everybody to come in, notify the ones, possibly via letter, that thank you for your application, but if, however you wordsmith it, that you were not selected.
Right.
And my guess is some are very outstanding, that we could probably have a good sense right now.
That's what I was wondering. I don't want to keep people too late,
Yeah.
but I wondered, I don't know if it's appropriate, Joanna, if you could email us the grid. We could all look at it and then maybe have a discussion, because I know I have a sense, like I have a gut check. I have some that I think are.
How do you find
I know
this
it is.
grid?
Yeah, we have the numerical ranking right now.
Okay. Could we
Could you
take a
give
peek
us
at
that?
that?
Wanna
Could you
hear it?
email it to us?
Email it? Okay.
Yeah.
So where would I find
In your email.
Just
Are we going to talk about it right now?
Well, I think
Yeah.
really quickly, I mean, I guess if you
Yeah.
want to just.
But maybe we should just shut the door in case anybody's still hanging out.
I mean, we're
on
recording the
YouTube.
video.
It's still a public meeting.
Yeah.
It's still a public meeting.
True.
It's actually your study session, so you can't make any formal decisions, but you
No.
can have conversations about it.
Yeah, no, I think, I mean,
Jeff, do you have any concerns with me sharing that?
Or I guess you can just.
What exactly?
But we
are you
can't
sharing?
make decisions
It would be-
via
well,
email either.
either way,
Yeah,
I could just do a.
I just wanted to
ranking
look
in
at it.
order,
I would like
Yeah.
just to see who
So
our
these
top
are the
three are.
averages of all.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think
Who are
there's
top
probably
three?
a couple tops.
Uh-huh, I agree.
Input everything.
So
My number one is,
Is there a top three?
I can't.
I think it'd be like,
Without
Who?
the scores,
this comes with everybody's, well, I'm just trying to look. I mean, this is,
So-
so if you want, there's two ways to do this. You could basically provide like the written document via email to you right now to look at. Or you could, or Joanna could just tell you what the sort of, what the numeric scores for each individual.
Here's the thing for me, the reason I want to see the whole thing. I mean, because I can look at the top three, but there were different questions that I'm just wondering, I'd like to see the grid. Like, I don't want you just to say, these are your top three people. Because if I can see it, I can see where those top three might have fallen
Absolutely.
based on the question.
And I'm going to return all of your sheets back so that you have those notes for everybody. And if there were blanks, those are blanks, they're not zeros. So if you want to add in those numbers.
That part is right.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
we can make it complete, so.
I missed the conversation. What are we doing?
I'm sorry, I'm
Get our
having
notes
trouble
back.
logging.
Okay.
She's gonna email us the grid, yes?
Oh, there you go.
Real
Yes.
fast?
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that feels a little funny to
I mean-
do that electronically but not discuss it.
Well, I
If
mean,
they're gonna
it'll
discuss
be a
it
public
later.
document. It's gonna be a public document probably because it's what you're basing your discussion on right now.
Okay. I guess it'd be like making copies?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Okay.
like a hard copy
Alrighty.
being handed out.
I'm much more direct.
So even if we have the numbers, so we still need a next step. I mean, we
Yeah, I
have
feel
to
like we're
make
missing
a
a step.
We're
decision.
just gonna have a conversation, so let's see what we see.
Okay.
And then that will give us our top three. We'll all be able to see them.
Okay.
We'll all be able to see where they were high or low within the 10 questions.
Okay.
And we can have a conversation but not make a decision.
Okay.
Yes?
And then we
Didn't
make
we
a
have like an extra conversation previously? We talked a lot more, I feel like on the last week. I don't know, didn't we?
Well, there were more candidates, too.
well, we did it almost in two sessions. And because the holidays were kind of,
Yeah, we're kind of scrunched. I get
Well,
that.
let's
So
just
should
take a
there-
peek.
Okay, let's take a peek and
If
then decide
if
what's
it's
next.
too messy, then that'll be what it tells us. That make sense?
Got it.
we could always, on the 6th, that's a regular meeting, so we could always do a 6 o'clock study session.
I haven't gotten it. There it is.
And have a discussion.
Oh, okay, there it is. You're right. I see it
It
now.
also lends to, do we tell everyone to, I mean, I feel like it's really unfair
think
to
I have
people that
Excel
just
on my-
don't come even to the
Anyone else
meeting
open this?
to have them come,
I
you
know,
know?
opened up
and
right
it
away.
probably
Oh,
has-
yeah.
Yours open?
So
Mine
why,
didn't open.
that's why I think we need to do something a little sooner and then notify those
well,
folks
I don't
that
actually
really
know if my
didn't get up
access
to the top three.
to either.
but
You know,
I don't
Thank
think I
you
have
very
Excel
much
on
for
Okay,
applying.
so this,
I'm gonna tell you that I'm almost there with you,
Yeah, I'm
because
not
we
sure I
did
do
have
either.
several people in the audience that weren't.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have
okay,
Excel.
well, we're kind of all talking at the same time.
No, well, we can't.
We
see
can't open
yet.
it because our
So do you
computers
wanna
don't have
scooch
Excel.
and take a peek? Come sit by me. Sure.
Oh, I should have done on my tab.
Oh, I got it. Just keep
Emailed it
clicking
to you
it.
too.
Okay.
Just keep clicking it and then it'll open eventually. I'm good. We're good.
So we don't want to be here too late. Let's just take a peek.
Yeah.
We can, so all the way on the right, we can see the
Oh, I see.
overall ratings and how the candidates came in.
Yep, thanks.
And then you can take a look at individual council members and which ones. I mean, based on the numbers, I think we have a
I think so
clear
too.
front runner. And if we look at individual council members, it looks like that same individual, aside from, I think really
wow.
just one.
It's really just one.
So there's just one out of 7 of us that the person with the most points was also our top candidate. though, that I think is information.
That's a big tough candidate.
It is, there's
It
a
is.
pretty big, and that's why I wanted to see it in that way. So
Yeah.
Joanna, thank you for doing that. So my recommendation would be that we consider the top candidate. Is there anyone that wants to table the discussion or add details or take away details?
I am actually.
I think
I
we should
would-
just move forward with the top
Yeah, I
candidate.
mean,
He
it's
was
pretty
very
obvious.
good.
It's pretty obvious.
Was the most
What are your thoughts?
prepared.
Oh,
most-
yeah.
Most
I
knowledgeable.
liked him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're the one
I
that's
don't.
gonna have to work with him.
Well, right.
That is true.
He's your partner.
Oh, I thought.
And I wasn't, I honestly wasn't prepared to make a decision, because I wanted to look back at everything and all my notes and everything, but I was impressed with him.
I was just going to say he was the most knowledgeable about what's going on in the city right now. Details about the budget, about policies, had thoroughly did his homework.
He answered the question.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Step one, answer the question.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yes, yes, I agree.
Yeah, some of us might have been.
So Julie, let's just kind of get a gut check.
Love it. I'm set.
Okay.
I decided that a long time ago.
You're set?
Yep.
Yep,
On
I am
what?
too.
Done.
Yeah.
On our top candidate.
Yeah.
Done.
Okay, well, we're all talking at once. Jenny, what would you like to say?
No, I thought that Randall was incredibly impressive and thoughtful and had done his research, and I appreciated it. I also, I see the scoring and I know the scoring. I just also really appreciated Catherine's experience with transportation and knowing that that's such a big issue that we're trying to peel the layers back. I just feel like that knowledge would be so helpful. And so I shared that not because I don't think that Randall would be amazing, but they're just different. And so I guess I'm in this place where I don't want to make a decision and I want to pause because I think that there's a lot to process here.
I would also just add that I was impressed with Catherine as well, and it was clear she was nervous, and she was brave enough to actually say that. And so I think I don't know what the process we choose, but if we were to call her back, we might get more details and information from her as well. So, I was also impressed.
So once again, looking at the points, aside from Ashley, everyone else had a pretty big difference between those two mathematically. Well, I'm not saying we have to say we're done. I don't personally want to do a second round.
I don't either.
So what I'd like to propose is that you take out Catherine's point sheet and you take out Randall's point sheet of your own and take a minute and look at the questions and look at your notes. So, yes.
Oh.
Yes, Julie, what would you like to
It
say?
was actually just be a comment, not a question.
Oh,
but
sorry, you
for
didn't
me-
mouth that.
Yeah, but for me, I appreciate that it's nerve-wracking going through this process. Totally get that. But Randall's passion and his preparation for this was spot on. I think Catherine is great, and I think she could really grow in this role. She really can. I think she could be phenomenal. And I hope that she considers to get involved in the future, because I think she would be great. But none of the other candidates even helped Randall and his passion and his knowledge. I mean, I felt like he's already like on council. I was like, whoa, you just know all this awesome stuff. Like, he did his research, and that's tough. He spent a lot of time in his application and then preparing for this interview, and that really showed.
I would like to speak with her in 2 years. I think that she does have, there were some pluses, but it'd be really hard to run, compare her against Randall. For the same reasons that Julie said. And the other comment that I would like to make as far as with the transportation and things is that we already have two great people. We have Julie, we have, what's your name again, Joyce? So although I appreciate the comments that were made about Catherine, and I do think she's a good candidate, but he just blows her away. In fact, when I think of him, I'm excited to hear what he has to say, on council, and see what he can do for Ward 1. He gave me like a sense of energy. You know what I mean? He knew a lot. I felt like I could have a conversation with him that right now today, and I just think that that's really important. I mean, this one's 2 years.
Yeah. Ashley, how about you?
This is difficult for me because I work at a law firm and he's an attorney. So obviously he's going to be a lot more articulate than Catherine. He's going to present so much better than her because he's been in front of juries. So it's difficult for me. And I also kind of struggle with working with an attorney because it's a dynamic that it's my full-time job. I'm an assistant. And so I just have a little bit of a worry that he would, I don't know, kind of command the situation or conversation or things like that. But that aside, I am very impressed with him and very knowledgeable. And I think that he would be good on council. And I agree with all the comments about Catherine as well. I really liked everything that she had to say just about her neighborhood and connecting neighbors, because that's really important for me too. But yeah, I guess that's where I am right now.
Joyce, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, just to be extremely transparent, Catherine works for Smart Commute, and I'm the chair of the board there, so I know what she can do and not do. I see her work performance, and she does a great job, but she's more in the programming area. She's not out there really discussing transportation or doing has a lot of involvement out there. And I have to tell you, Randall just blew me away with his presence, and I know he's an attorney, but he's also an educator, and he really has done his homework. I like Catherine. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I like her, and I think eventually she would do a good job. She has, I can't remember, 4 or 5 children. I mean, yeah, but, and which means nothing because I've got a million, I really, you know how you feel.
Oh, I know how I feel.
But I would say if I made the choice tonight, I made it almost immediately. As soon as I listened to everyone, I knew exactly who I would continue to vote for,
I'm still on the fence. I hear what Ashley's saying in terms of yes, he's got that experience teaching and being in front of juries, so he is more polished. He was a very, very smart man. I don't want to minimize that, but I felt like he had all of the right answers and he knew exactly what to say. And I felt like I just got more of this honest sort of first blush answers from Catherine that I just really appreciated. I mean, she said something about, you know, she doesn't know everything about homelessness, which I appreciated that she said she didn't know about something, right? And that she was down to learn. And so I feel like we all learn so much in this world that I don't need someone to come in and know everything. And then she said, but what I do know a lot about is transportation and changing diapers. And that to me speaks so much to who our residents are right now. This community is changing and we have a lot of new young families with lots of new young children and a lot of folks who are spending a lot of time in traffic. And I just think that I don't want to discount that incredible experience that she has, and I don't to me, comparing her potential and where Randall is today is not necessarily fair because they're just two different people who bring two different set of lived experiences. And so I'm stuck. I respect that everybody else has made a decision, and I hear that. I'm stuck, and I don't want us just to choose the shiny gold in the pan as opposed to really looking for the diamond in the rough. And damn it, I just said that.
So I do have a question though for.
Can I share my thoughts?
Sure,
real quick?
I'm
And then,
sorry.
yes, please do.
Yeah.
No, I just waited. So I don't believe Randall is a shiny anything. I think he really showed up. He showed up in his application, he showed up with his resume, he showed up with his letter of intent. He put the work in. Catherine overall is number 3, not number 2. The reason I wanted to have the conversation is she was Ashley's number 1. Looking at the answers, again, I just wanted to share my very favorite answer of the entire night was Randall's number 10. We asked the question, how do you expect to be supported? And his response was, that is not an expectation, that's a professional courtesy. And that to me was beautiful because every single other person was like, well, I expect this, and this. And he was like, oh no, that's not it. And then he went to talking about, let me be human, let me ask a question. So that number 10 for me softened the polish and was super genuine and super honest. But every single question, I was like totally prepared, completely prepared. Wow, he just nailed it. Now, it was a lengthy interview, but he answered everything. And I don't believe when I looked back at his resume, now I can't speak to attorneys because I don't work with them, but I can speak to teachers. And I did fully appreciate the fact that his vocabulary is lovely and nothing's misspelled. And his grammar was fantastic. And yes, he's polished, but he's also a teacher. A teacher of adults and a teacher of high school kids. I would expect that. I would expect him to be able to put a sentence together on the spot like that. Catherine is a very lovely person. But I will say, even though, what we're noticing is her traffic experience or her transportation, but I felt like she was focused on one thing only. She brought up the same issue in every question. It was transportation, traffic, transportation, traffic. So then I went back and I was like, yeah, she's got a ton of experience with those things, but it's very, very narrow. And so that's where I think they're very far apart for me. And I, as much as she's a nice person, I can't support a vote for Catherine because she wasn't my number 2. I think Randall stands out and quite a bit. So I support that. So Joyce, what was your question?
It was something to do with.
Next steps, Jeff?
No, it was the pointing system. I mean, is that available to the public also?
I think my short answer is it's work product that actually isn't, but it's going to depend upon the nuance of the statute. I just don't want to give a final answer, but
And so the other thing is, do we want, and this is to the council, it would look very bad if it was not a unanimous vote. And it sounds to me like, and we can't make a decision tonight, but it sounds like there's a bit of a consensus here that we're weighing in on one. So if we had a vote that wasn't unanimous, it would send the wrong message, I think.
To the residents.
Yeah, but we don't have Antonio
Can I
here.
challenge that a
Well,
little
yeah,
bit,
I'm
though?
just thinking out
No,
loud,
I
you know.
agree with you completely. However, we've hired 2 pretty high-profile positions without a unanimous vote in the
That's
last
true.
year.
Yeah.
So, and while that hasn't made me comfortable, it has happened.
Yeah, I'm just thinking
Yeah.
through it, you know.
No, I would prefer that it was unanimous.
So.
Julie, you had a great point.
What was my point?
Antonio's not here.
Yeah, Antonio's
Oh.
not here, so we don't know what he thinks.
True.
For the unanimous vote is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. That's
He
true,
would
I
be a
forgot
vote,
about
yeah.
that. So we've got 3 people that have higher votes, right, or a higher total?
Oh, no. Well, he's
Catherine
like-
was third,
He
and
beats
then
him
it
by
was,
1.5 points.
and then it was Valero, and then Randall.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could invite, well, I don't know that we can make a decision. I don't know how much we can communicate next steps via email, but if Antonio has an opportunity to watch at least the beginning of this recording and not this part of it, so he can just take his, we give him his own point sheets.
Mm-hmm.
And then we add those in.
So I want to be clear in that I'm not against Randall. The man is very impressive. He would be an amazing addition to this council. I just think it's important that we each remember that we serve as a part of a team, specifically as we represent the ward. And at least in my experience, who your partner is when you're serving in a ward is really important. It can really make or break your experience. And I guess I've been really fortunate in that I've had a partner for my last 2 years that I've really worked well with. And so I feel like that's so important to me, and part of the reason I'm holding out is like, I want us to hear Ashley and like really take what she has to say into consideration, because it's, while we're all certainly gonna serve with this person, Ashley's probably gonna have more interaction with this person than any of us. So I like,
Yeah, but most of us don't actually get to choose who we work with.
That's right.
I know, but like,
They're
in
elected,
this
we don't
instance,
get to
like, she does.
Yeah.
So like, I don't wanna eliminate that,
Situation.
like.
Yeah, you know, but
Yes.
that's
I'll just
exactly
say-
right. Normally, we don't have a choice.
Right, but you do in this instance,
Well,
so
that doesn't
like, why
matter
not
though. I mean, your
choose
argument is,
someone-
to me, is not, you know.
Well, we can respectfully
Ashley.
disagree
I was
on
just going
that
to say,
one.
you know, I'm new to this, so I don't necessarily know if that situation would become an issue. It's just something that's on the top of my mind because I'm in an office with attorneys all day. And so I'm thinking, okay, then with an attorney all night too. So it's just something that I'm thinking about. And it's not necessarily, I guess, something that's I'm putting a lot of weight on, I guess I should say. It's something I'm thinking about, but it's not a huge concern. And so I really appreciate you being concerned about that. But, you know, I think that Randall's great, and I would support him, especially if everybody else is on board.
I won't vote against.
Well, as we mentioned, Antonio should have an opportunity to weigh in.
I totally forgot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, so, you know, if we can reach out, give him a set of point sheets and see if he's willing to go through and rate, and then Joanna, if we add, and it may shift the points, it may not. It may, you know, change the order, it may not, but let's give him a chance to have an objective stance as well. My sense is, because of the sheer gap in between and the conversation tonight, that I personally would feel comfortable if City Manager Guyer took a look, and if the points stayed with Randall as our top, even after Antonio's, that he would be invited to January 6th.
We can move forward that way. And if there is a shift, what I would offer to you and the rest of council is that we could toss out that you have a meeting in advance of the January 6th meeting to have further deliberations, so that way you can stay on track for the January 6th. So that would mean possibly Thursday, January 2nd, maybe that Wednesday, which you probably don't want to do because that's New Year's Day, but I think you could potentially use January 2nd as a window if you need that additional time.
I just want to throw out that I will not be back in Colorado until the 6th.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to throw that out.
Okay. Can we have a meeting before our meeting if we need to on the 6th?
Do it at 6.
Pre?
Yes, so right
Huddle?
now, let me just walk you through what's on the January 6th meeting. There's this appointment. So we can start the special meeting at 5 o'clock, we could start it at 6 o'clock. Or what we would do if you want to have discussion, we have a study session, we could have the study session to where you have discussion. We also have the city council committee liaison appointments discussion, which you want to make sure there's enough time carved out for that. Right now I have snow and ice removal control level service. Honestly, I can push that out to January 13th, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So right now you'll have the appointment of Ward 1 council member and then committee liaison appointment. So let's see where we get, and then Joanna and I can work together and figure out the timing of everything and let you know.
Great, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying and having that conversation. We are adjourned. Done, ready for bed.